But with the comments you had made, I wanted to request for your directions. I wanted to request to call the other remaining 16. We deal with them as a group, and then we close with the expert witness. With your permission and your directions, Madam Speaker, and the Honourable
That is okay. Council Katwa, how you organize your case is within your discretion. Senator Sifuna, what's your intervention? Give Senator Sifuna the mic.
I'm just wondering, Chair, and this is something Council Katwa Kigen has to address himself to. What is the probative value of 16 people coming to say the same thing? What is the probative value of 16 people coming to say the same thing? If it is somebody coming to introduce a different angle, it helps your case, Council. If they're coming to say things that the other witnesses have said, I think the House has taken a view. So I would want him to address his mind to that. But if he insists, it is his case. We cannot force him. If he insists, we are ready to proceed.
Maybe by way of guidance, it is their case. They have a time limitation. They will keep within the minutes or the time limit they have been given by Senate. How he chooses to direct his case or prosecute it, that's upon him, but we'll only require him to keep it within his time limit. So, Senior Counsel Kigen,
yes, Madam Speaker,
you have been put to task to consider how you're dealing with your case, but it's up to you.
I have considered, and I prefer to do it the way I'd
Proceed, but keep within the time limit we have given you as Senator.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Can I say something, Madam Speaker? Before it's less to that issue.
Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, one of the things my team has to prepare for is to cross-examine these witnesses. And in my 2 decades of practice, I have never cross-examined 16 people at a go, because cross-examination means you deal with one person at a time, then you tie the knots together. So I also want to know the methodology of dealing with a group of 16 people at a go. It looks to us to be a practical impossibility, at least from the trial procedure as we know it, both from this House and other trial forums elsewhere, Madam Speaker.
To give a guide to that issue so that you're reasonable and fair to your colleagues, Council Katwa Kigen, you will require to present your evidence in such a manner that the other councils are able to interrogate, but you still keep within your timeline if you choose to call in the 16.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. They are not 16, they are 14.
So don't call for them a whole group of 16 and expect them to interrogate the witnesses. So whichever way you prosecute it, allow them to be able to interrogate those witnesses, each of them.
Is that a change of the directions you had allowed us to call?
I have not changed. You are still prosecuting your case, but you must allow them to be able to interrogate each of them. It is their right.
Okay, I'll call them and then...
It is their right.
That's okay, Madam President.
Council Katwa Kigen, are you ready? We will ask the clerks to be very fast in administration of that oath. Yes. Please proceed.
Honorable Senators and Madam Speaker, the affidavit is at page 113 to 116. The joint affidavit is at page 113 to 115.
Can you use the microphone, Council Keegan? We can't hear you.
My apologies. Madam Speaker and Honorable Senators, the affidavit, the joint affidavit by the 14 who are coming in is at page 113 to 116. It's a joint common position affidavit.
I, Gabriela Chepngeno, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Anita Cheronomi Bay, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Nam Kips do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Babina Kirui, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate is in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Okay. I, Irene Langat, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before this Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Dominic Mutai, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of this matter before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Fancy Chepkorir, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matter before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Mimi, Vincent Kirui, na hapa kwa dhati kwamba ushahidi nitakaotoa mbele ya Seneti kuambatana na masuala yanayoshughulikiwa na Seneti utakuwa wa kweli, ukweli kamili, na hakuna chingine ila ukweli. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu unisaidie.
Honorable Senators, I will extend by 15 minutes to allow the swearing in to finalize.
I, Kroich Langat Winnie,
do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matter before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Francis Kiplanga-Terer, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Opel Noelo Umolo, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in the respect of the matter before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Kimweno Kirui, do swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate respect of the matter before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Gilbert Kibrobngetich, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Are you done with the witnesses taking oath? Okay, so Council Katwa, you could call your first one for the 15 minutes.
Yes, I would like to start with Mheshimiwa Nahaman. Rob, where's Nahaman? Rob? Yes. Could you just tell this Honorable Senate, what are your full names again?
My name is Nam Kips Rob.
You represent which ward?
So inward.
And by way of evidence, you co-signed the affidavit that was signed by 18 people on the 15th of August 2025.
Yes.
And in it, what was the main point you're making?
The main point we were making is that I did not vote in the voting process that was there in the assembly because of...
so apart from not voting, was there another issue?
Yes, there was an issue that resulted why we did not vote because the introduction of the voting system that was abrupt, a voting system that was not very viable, a voting system that had not been procured, a voting system that in my own perception and judgment lacked all the merit in which to transact the impeachment motion that was at the floor of the House.
And you'd like these honorable senators to take your position into account in considering whether or not there was legitimate voting in this process?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You could step aside. I would like to call Honorable Amos Birir.
My apologies, Madam Speaker. I'm entitled to cross-examine that witness.
Yes, Council Katwa, allow your colleague to cross-examine that witness.
Okay, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Naman Rob, I have very few questions for you. Number one, you have not sworn any individual affidavit before the Senate, have you?
I did swear a summative affidavit.
There's nothing in law called summative affidavit. Is there any affidavit in your name individually?
Yes.
As a person?
Yes.
Please let your lawyer show it to you. Let your lawyer show you that affidavit. We must begin saying the truth from the very beginning.
That is the affidavit I signed.
Let your lawyer show you an individual, your own individual affidavit.
We have an enjoined affidavit.
No, I ask whether you have sworn any individual affidavit.
No, I don't.
You don't. So to that extent, you have lied. To that limited extent, you have already lied.
No, because the affidavit that I have
Next.
here, I fear full responsibility.
Next. Did you vote in respect of this motion?
I didn't vote.
Do the results suggest that you voted?
No.
So the results capture your position accurately?
The results do not...
The results capture your choice not to vote accurately?
No.
The results say you voted?
The result says that 33 voted.
Do the results say you, Nam and Rob, voted?
No.
And you didn't vote?
Yes.
That's correct. Thank you so much.
In re-examination, Professor Naman, the votes, the columns for the vote shows 33 voted, isn't it?
Yes.
Then it provides for other columns. Could you tell the honorable senators what the other columns say?
The other two columns for
Yes.
voting no is 0, and for abstaining is 0. So it didn't capture the position that I took.
And which is?
And which is I abstained.
Thank you very much. If you could step aside.
Proceed with the next witness.
Honorable Biriri, please. Okay. Paul B. Mheshimiwa Paul B. Could you tell the honorable senators your full names?
Thank you very much, Council. My full names, I'm Kipto Balby, representing the great people of Kapsaus, that is in Ainamoi sub-county, Kericho County.
As an MCA?
As an MCA.
Were you in the county assembly on the 15th of August 2025?
Indeed, I was there.
What was the business on that day?
There was a special sitting on the motion that was tabled by one Honorable Kipto on the impeachment of the county governor, Dr. Eric Mutai.
And did you vote in that impeachment proceedings?
No.
What kind of voting was adopted?
Prior to that day,
please just time. What kind of voting was adopted on that day?
Electronic.
Electronic. And your position, let me ask you again, did you vote?
No.
Could you tell the honorable senators why you didn't vote?
The reason as to why I didn't vote, prior to that day, while we were away, we overheard that there was some electronic gadgets which were introduced in the assembly on the night of on the day to the voting day. So that raised a lot of concerns, and to me personally, because in the social media I was seeing my good friend Honorable Paul Chirchir, shooting that already they had 34 votes.
Okay, so let's just go straight. Why didn't you participate in the electronic voting?
I didn't participate because I had suspected that there was malice in it, and the gadgets which were introduced, we were new to it, and I standing here.
So just a minute. So did you have faith in the electronic voting? Or?
I didn't.
Okay. And the results doesn't show your name as amongst the people who voted, isn't it?
Yes.
And what was the nature of your vote, having not voted, having not cast your vote?
The nature of my vote was abstain.
According to Kericho County standing orders, isn't it?
Yes.
Is it captured?
It's not captured.
Thank you very much. You'll be asked a question or two from my colleagues.
For the record, my name is, For the record, my name is Kimutai Bosek. I have a few questions for you, Honorable B. Number one, there was an argument in the assembly on the method of voting. Is it true, or is it not true, that electronic voting is captured in the standing order number 77?
It is.
Was there any other option other than the speaker to follow the standing orders?
Absolutely, there was.
Which other option when the rule says, and I want you to read it?
The standing order 77. Now, when there is a division, there would read 77, read the standing order. The standing order, that is 77.8.
Read number one.
Why do you want to force me to read number one? Yet I have also a clause.
I'm asking you a question. Do what I'm asking you to do. Read it.
Unless the speaker, for the convenience of the assembly, otherwise, direct voting on a division in the assembly shall be by electronic voting.
Thank you. So the speaker did not have any other way but to comply with the rules, maybe the standing orders. Isn't that so?
No.
The answer is it's written shall. Okay.
No.
Number two,
in fact, when five members arise and object.
Number two, did you vote abstain?
Indeed, I did. In fact, it's captured. Me, I went in front.
Did you press the button in your phone abstain?
There was no, there was no gadget to press abstain.
You had your phone and you did not press it, and you could have sought assistance so that you press abstain. So you opted not to vote. Thank you.
Why are you saying I had my phone? Or are you sure that I had my phone on that particular day?
If you decide not to bring it,
witness, you respond to the questions. Don't ask the council any questions.
Sure.
You respond to the questions. You are the one who is being interrogated.
Yes, according to the results, is your name captured to have voted?
No.
So, it's a true reflection of the fact that you did not vote. Isn't that true?
I didn't vote.
Thank you.
You can proceed.
Mheshimiwa, did you indicate what your vote was? Did you indicate what kind of a vote you were casting in the assembly on that day?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I was trying to explain to Honorable Speaker, but he objected.
What did you tell the Speaker?
Because immediately we arose.
Just a minute, You told him what your vote was, isn't it?
Abstain, yes.
You told him abstain.
Yes.
And before you went forward to say abstain, what had happened? Had he called you?
He did call me.
He called you forward and then you said abstain.
He called me to vote, to be assisted by, the staff.
Okay. And in the records, is your vote of abstain captured in the data shown?
No.
Okay. Now, my colleague has asked you that 77 says the Speaker shall engage in electronic voting.
Yes.
I would like you to look at standing order number 79, please, if you could just go there straight away. 79.
Yes.
Could you read it out to the honorable senators?
The Speaker, that is 79-1.
Yes.
The Speaker shall direct a roll call vote to be taken if a member claims a division. And A, the Speaker considers that there is a reasonable doubt as to the outcome of the vote in question. Or B, if on a question other than a question of procedure, 5 or more members rise in their places to support the member claiming the roll call division.
Thank you very much. So 79 gives an MCA the right to insist on a roll call, isn't it?
Yes.
And requires how many people to support him?
5.
And how many were you insisting on a roll call?
18.
And did the Speaker cede ground to allow you to do roll call?
No.
Okay. And was there any crisis that needed that you must use electronic and not roll call?
No.
Okay. Now I'd like you lastly to look at 77.8. 77.8.
77.8, yes.
Could you read 77.8? What does it say?
Any member present in the assembly, but who shall not have voted at the expiry of 5 minutes or after the announcing of the results, whichever is earlier, shall forfeit the right to vote and shall be deemed to have abstained from voting.
So even your choice not to vote is a vote in itself, according to your standing orders?
Yes.
And what is that vote?
Abstain.
Thank you very much. If you could step aside, I want to request for Fancy Korir, please. Fancy, if you could tell us your full names again. I know I've said them, but just say.
My name's Fancy Korir.
Could you confirm you're an MCA and your representation?
I'm a nominated member representing the good women of Kericho County.
Okay. Yes. There is an affidavit sworn on 15th of August 2025 at page 113 to 116. Did you sign that joint affidavit?
Yes, I did.
You did sign. And what was the main point you are making in that affidavit?
We had a complaint on the voting system.
Just speak closer to the speaker, please. You had a complaint about the voting system?
Yes.
What was the nature of your complaint?
That we really wanted to vote on that day.
Yes.
But we were given electronic voting, and we said we are going to vote manually.
Yes.
Because the standing order provides
Okay.
the three.
So you preferred roll call voting rather than.
Yes. Because
and why did you have
us,
Sorry. Go on.
Because all of us were present, then we said we are going to tell the speaker maybe to consider us voting.
Okay.
Yes.
What problem did you have with electronic voting?
That was the first time I saw it.
It was the first time?
Yes.
Was that the only reason why you didn't use it?
Again, I was suspicious because in the last impeachment of the DS, that was Honorable Bet, my signature was forged. So I said, I'm not going to use this because obvious they are going to vote yes for me.
Okay. So you chose not to vote because you had suspicions about the system?
Yes.
And in the results that were brought to this assembly, that were eventually signed off by the speaker and which are in this Honorable Senate, is your vote captured?
No.
And it should have been captured where?
Abstain.
According to the standing orders, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, you'll be asked a few questions by my colleagues.
Once again, Honorable Fancy, very few questions for you. Do you have, apart from that group affidavit, do you have an individual affidavit for the Senate?
I don't have.
Did you vote on that day?
I abstained.
Did you vote on that day?
I abstained.
I've asked whether you voted.
I'm thinking that abstaining.
Please answer my question directly. Did you vote on that day, Fancy?
I abstained.
Did you press the abstain button in the system?
There was no button to press.
Did you press the abstain signal on your phone?
I was not provided any
Madam Speaker,
button.
I'm asking about the phone. Did you log into the system?
I didn't.
When we resume, you will continue with the cross-examination of that witness.
Thank you.
Honorable Senators, it is now 1:15 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until later today at 2:30 p.m.
From office by impeachment of Honorable Dr. Eric Mutai, the Governor Kericho County. The senators held a sitting yesterday, the first, and today they are expected to continue the evidence by the County Assembly.
Will that allow the WASP to correctly evaluate a color pair for which it has never been trained? Which color does it prefer, blue or green? It decides, logically, in favor of blue. How valuable is the ability to logically deduce the unknown for the everyday life of a paper wasp?
So WASP life is organized so that everyone that they interact with is in a linear hierarchy from most dominant to least dominant. And so if they have transitive inference, they can guess how strong other wasps are without actually needing to fight. They can say, oh, I beat Susie in a fight last week, and today Susie beat Jane, so my guess is I'm going to probably beat Jane. And that helps them live their life and manage conflict without fighting with everyone they meet.
The researchers observe the wasps' fights closely. This is a commonly observed scenario. An opponent giving up before the fight has even started. This wasp has probably concluded that she doesn't stand a chance. It's not known whether any other insect species shows similarly impressive logical skills. Their relatives, the honeybees, were unable to solve this problem.
I don't think that wasps are like overall geniuses. You know, they're never going to paint a picture or write a book. But there are a few things that a wasp really needs to be good at to succeed. They need to be good at face recognition. They need to be good at understanding relationships. And in those particular areas, wasps are geniuses.
If insects are intelligent, do they also have sensations and feelings, like primates? How does a bumblebee experience pain, for example? Through a reflex? Or does it perceive the pain before deciding how to react? Carl von Frisch, who discovered the communicative waggle dance of bees at the beginning of the 20th century, doubted that insects could feel pain at all. He carried out the following experiment. A bee was given sugar water. While it was drinking, Carl von Frisch would cut its body in half. He observed that the bee showed no pain reflex, but continued to drink for a few seconds before it died. For him, this was proof that insects lack pain receptors.
That's of course nonsense. Because anyone who has ever seen someone thread a grasshopper onto a fishhook or something similar will know that the insect is obviously not thrilled by that experience and fights back to the best of its ability.
Von dieser Erfahrung nicht begeistert ist und sich nach Kräften wehrt.
Of course, the same is true if you pester a bee by rolling it between two fingers. Then you'll very quickly realize that it naturally has an appropriate reaction to this.
Die natürlich eine angemessene Reaktion darauf hat.
Recent studies have shown that many insect species have pain receptors, meaning they react reflexively to a stimulus. So they can, like humans, also tolerate pain. Philosopher Jonathan Birch studies the sentience of animals. His research group discovered that octopi, lobsters, and crab are very likely to cognitively perceive pain. These are invertebrates, like insects. In many kitchens, lobsters are thrown alive into boiling water and can survive for up to 3 minutes.
In that time, there's this storm of nervous system activity, just as there would be with a human or any other animal dropped into boiling water. So it is not a quick method, it's not a humane method.
Jonathan Birch's findings have led to the welfare of these animals being taken into account in future animal welfare legislation in the UK. The London-based research team is now investigating whether insects also feel pain, which could afford them the same protection by law, both in the UK and the European Union. The issue is suddenly very current, not least since insects are becoming an increasingly important food source for humans. In St. Leonard, Austria, Andreas Koitz breeds mealworms. His operation on 65 square meters yields 500 kilos of insects per month. But what does animal welfare look like in the case of insect breeding? And how can insects be killed as humanely as possible? For some time now, the EU has allowed the processing of mealworms and other insects into food. Andreas Koitz only gives his mealworms high-quality feed.
So, in a box like this, there are around 10,000 animals. And they're actually only fed with byproducts from the food industry like wheat bran, brewer's yeast, fruits, and vegetables. Here we have potatoes deemed unfit for the store, but perfect for us.
After 3 to 4 months, the larvae are old enough for further processing. They're then sorted according to size. It's not hard to keep mealworms in a species-appropriate way, since they thrive together in a mass. But can even mealworms, which are classified as insect larvae, cognitively perceive pain and feel emotion?
In production, I have to say that I never consciously noticed any pain or anything else. And even the sorting process, which involves a lot of sifting and so on, I don't notice that they eat less or anything like that. They just continue to behave as normal.
Though he has thought about how to kill the animals as humanely as possible. He's opted for a gentle method that corresponds to the worm's natural life cycle in winter. The worms are frozen at minus 20 degrees Celsius. At some point, the metabolism stops working and they simply die. In stark contrast, industrial agriculture has a little regard for the life of insects. Insecticides kill billions of insects, not only insects that damage plants, but also beneficial ones. These bees have been poisoned with pesticides. Their death lasts for minutes. Whether the bees feel more than just a pain reflex has not yet been scientifically established. A research group at Queen Mary University in London is currently investigating this, with an elaborate experiment designed by behavioral biologist Lars Chitka. The biologist and his team set up a box with several feeding stations. The yellow ones contain a 10% sugar solution, the pink a 40% sugar solution, even more attractive to the bumblebees. But there is a downside. The surface underneath that solution is heated up to 55 degrees.
The question is whether the bees, when encountering an unpleasant heat stimulus, simply flee from it reflexively, or whether they can learn to suppress their reflex if they get a particularly good reward.
It's obvious that mammals feel pain. Their nervous system is similar to that of humans. Too little is known about the insect nervous system. Such experiments can provide some clues. A bee notices there is something sweet at the yellow feeding station. Another has no idea that the sugar water in the pink container is even sweeter. Although the heat stresses the bumblebees, more and more fly to that one. The study from 2022 shows that bumblebees accept the pain in exchange for the sweet reward.
Also diese schlaue Hummel hat das begriffen, dass es an den
So this clever bumblebee understood that there was better food at the pink feeding place, and that she had to bear the pain by suppressing her normal reflex to flee. She got the treat from what is actually a painful platform. This means that the natural behavior of pulling back from this painful stimulus can be suppressed.
The experiment is further evidence that insects may be sentient beings, and that they adapt their reaction to stimuli according to their present situation. Lars Chitka works closely with philosopher Jonathan Birch, who brings a very different perspective.
I think the term sentience has come to be quite an important one for animal welfare, animal law, because it's intended to capture all the feelings an animal might have. It's this capacity to have feelings, which could be feelings of pain or pleasure, but also comfort, discomfort, joy, excitement. And it's very useful to have this concept because we don't just want to be talking about pain all the time.
These statements sound provocative to many who conduct research on insects. He raises the question of whether insects have their own self or a consciousness.
And other laws. Allegation 1 include misappropriation and misallocation of county finances. In impeaching the governor,
What makes you you? You know, what is that subjective inner world? I don't know if a wasp has it. I don't know how you'd even draw a gradient of it.
But it's true, it has interesting philosophical implications in thinking about what animals are capable of and what they can think and how we treat them.
Wasps may lack in like the cute factor for a lot of people, but they're capable of these really complicated and sophisticated cognitive things. I think it draws a lot of questions.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in their mind, that's for sure.
We now understand how clever and sensitive insects are. At the same time, human activity is threatening many insect species with extinction, regardless of their intelligence and cognitive capacity.
Exciting podcasts now on TV.
My fears and whether I'm going to be a good mom. There are ways you can defend yourself, that you can stand up for yourself.
Breakups. Gender. What's it like to come out when you're married? How does our mental health impact our love lives?
Between East and West, autocrats and democrats, Berlin is right in the middle, and the world around Germany is getting more dangerous.
We decode what it means for you. In 30 minutes on DW. To the point. Strong opinions, clear positions, international perspectives.
Donald Trump casts himself as a peacemaker abroad while deploying troops to U.S. cities, redrawing electoral districts, and dismissing political rivals outright. This week on To The Point, we ask, peace abroad, troops at home. Is Trump flirting with dictatorship?
To The Point. In 90 minutes on DW. Their motto, killing the journalist won't kill the story. Their mission, to continue the work of their threatened colleagues together so as to protect independent reporting. Their network's name, Forbidden Stories.
When we look at the profile of reporters killed, there is always something that they have in common. They were very isolated. This is what I try to do with Forbidden Stories, is to break that isolation.
You Can't Kill the Story. Starts September 16th on DW.
Towel priced at 3,600 shillings. So works, goods and services.
This is DW News, live from Berlin. Thailand's Prime Minister is removed from office by the nation's top court for an ethics violation. Paetongtarn Shinawatra says she accepts the court's decision and that it will bring about political change. The case centered around a leaked phone call that put her loyalty into question. Also ahead, European ministers gather in Copenhagen for talks on Ukraine and the continent's own defense readiness. They're also set to discuss a response to Russia's mass air assault on Kyiv. An EU office was damaged in Thursday's attack. Germany's Chancellor Merz is in France to reaffirm ties with President Macron. Merz calls their friendship a foundation of Europe as the leaders talk economics and security. And Israel's military declares Gaza City a dangerous combat zone and ends the tactical pauses there that allowed in humanitarian aid. Israel aims to conquer Gaza's largest city, where around 1 million Palestinians are sheltering. I'm Ben Fazulin. Welcome. We begin with some breaking news. Thailand's Prime Minister has been removed from office after a ruling by the Constitutional Court. Paetongtarn Shinawatra was suspended last month as part of an ethics investigation over her handling of Thailand's border row with Cambodia. Critics had accused her of appeasing powerful Cambodian former leader Hun Sen during a leaked phone call. The court said she violated ethical rules and that her conduct had hurt Thailand's national interest. Let's go right over to our regional bureau chief in Bangkok, Georg Matas. Georg, walk us through this dramatic and historic ruling.
According to the County Assembly, services and works.
Well, people here, some 100 journalists and camera people waiting for the verdict of this court ruling here in the Constitutional Court in Bangkok were holding their breath. It was absolute silence when the ruling came out because, of course, people know what this will mean for the Shinawatra family, but also mean for the country. At the beginning, there was a bit of hope, and people were actually saying to me, there's a chance that she will make it, because the judges acknowledged that she made an effort to resolve that border row with the neighboring country, Cambodia, but in the end, it became quite clear that they see her as guilty of ethical misconduct, and even went a step further and said that she was lacking the morals to lead the country in a way, and that she was acting in personal interest to fix her personal relationship, or rather the relationship with her family has with the Hun clan, the leading dynasty in Cambodia. That was her interest, and not the interest of the Thai nation was in first place.
Tell us more about her response to the ruling and the response of her party.
You may usher in the witness.
Well, actually, in her response, she accepted the court ruling. However, she made clear that as a Thai citizen, she did wanted to act, that she loved Thailand and she wanted to act in the interest of the nation. So actually contradicting at this point the court ruling, obviously being devastated, and making also clear that she stands behind her party, the Pure Thai Party. That very party had already prepared one of the rooms at the headquarters to celebrate in case she would have been cleared of the charges, now which was not the case. Very difficult times for her party, for the party that was founded by her father, because they will now have to resolve that difficult situation and find a new candidate.
And what happens in the meantime to the ruling coalition?
Governor's case.
Well, there's now 45 to 60 days that the ruling coalition can come up with a new name. And there's basically two options here. One option is that one of the 5 people that were nominated in the last general election by the parties, by the several parties that exist, can become prime minister. And the ruling coalition would have to form a coalition and come up with that person. Actually, the Pure Thai Party still has one candidate who would be eligible to become prime minister, the former justice minister, who's not very famous, but it would be a potential candidate there. The other option is, and that is what the largest opposition party, the People's Party here in Thailand, is already pushing for, is that parliament is dissolved and that there is new general election, because people all overall and not related exactly to this trial here are rather unhappy how the Pure Thai Party has run the country.
Gail, talking about the running of the country, what does this say, this ousting? We've reported on so many political leaders ousted by the Constitutional Court over the years. What's it mean for the credibility and independence of Thailand's judiciary?
Dated August 2025, and the affidavit is dated yesterday.
Yeah, it's of course difficult to say, and many observers have said this is not a legal ruling, but it's rather a political ruling. That this constitutional court that has sacked so many prime ministers, that has or de-installed those prime ministers, including the one just before her, who was also nominated by her party, but also has banned a number of political parties. Actually, the winner of the last general election. That this court is instrumentalized by the powerful conservative establishment of the country, by the elites that are pulling strings from behind. That is what people have been saying. And there is, of course, now the question if going into the future and after the next potential general election, that a system like that needs to be reformed, because it brings great instability to a very important nation here in Southeast Asia.
Gail Matas there with the analysis. Thank you. European defence and foreign ministers are meeting in Copenhagen for an informal 2-day meeting. Top of the agenda, boosting military support for Ukraine and strengthening Europe's defences. Officials want to work closer with Ukraine's defence industry and discuss the broader security fallout from Russia's war of aggression. The gathering comes just a day after the deadliest Russian bombardment of Ukraine since July. At least 23 people were killed and dozens wounded. The EU's delegation office in Kyiv was also damaged, sparking outrage from European leaders. The EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs, Kaja Kallas, stressed the importance of keeping up the pressure on Russia politically as well as economically with sanctions.
We are working on the next package, and there are several options on the table. Of course, what will hurt them the most is any sanctions on energy and all the secondary sanctions that Americans have put for example, but also financial services that really hinder them the access to capital, what they so desperately need.
Earlier I spoke to DW's Rosie Burchard in Copenhagen. She explained how the ministers plan to keep pressure on Russia economically.
This is all about the EU's bid to try and tighten the screws on the Kremlin's capacity to finance this war. We know the EU has already slapped 18 successive rounds of sanctions on Moscow. So now there's a bit of head scratching on what else they can do and what else they are frankly willing to do. Kaja Kallas, the EU's top diplomat there, will be scoping that out with EU ministers. One idea on the table is so-called secondary sanctions. So that would be targeting Russia's trading partners, the way, for example, the US has done with India. Of course, that's a risky strategy for the European Union. This is a moment where, for example, the EU is trying to strike a trade deal with India and is seen to be a bit in search of friends on the global stage. One bigger idea, which is seen to be more impactful but also riskier still, would be confiscating hundreds of billions of euros worth of Russian frozen assets and giving them to Ukraine for its reconstruction. That is seen to be on legally very shaky ground, even if some EU member states and Ukraine itself have long been calling for it. We've heard there's some movement on that discussion, but any sort of agreement is still pretty far off. The fact that it's being discussed at all and in more detail will, however, be music to Ukrainians' ears.
And apart from the economics, what's the plan in boosting military support for Ukraine?
Look, Europe has become by far and away the top military donor to Ukraine. That's in the wake of really unpredictable policy from Washington. We know that the European Union, EU member states have really boosted their own defence spending. They're looking at ways to integrate, cooperate more with Ukrainian defence firms to boost production. Of course, all of this takes a long time. And I think there's a real sense there that while the EU has shown that it's willing to fill the gap, it's not stepped up that military aid in a way so far that has changed the course of this war, and there really is still a sense here that security of this continent relies in many ways on which way the wind is blowing in Washington.
And you say the continent, it's not just EU leaders who are there and ministers. Post-war security guarantees for Ukraine?
Post-war security guarantees indeed being discussed a lot. We saw diplomacy seeming to move so quickly over the past few weeks, didn't we? Lots of discussions about security guarantees after we saw the Russian President Vladimir Putin meeting with Donald Trump in Alaska, then European leaders heading to Washington. What that means when we talk about security guarantees is so far as we know, the idea of some European countries, how they could back up a potential ceasefire down the line, maybe with boots on the ground. We're hearing some evolution in the discussion toward a potential buffer zone between Russia and Ukraine. But I think that the really important thing to note here is we're talking totally in hypotheticals about a peace deal which does not exist. And what Europeans are saying is that these strikes we've seen from Russia are just proof that in fact Putin does not want peace. So while there's seen as some success that the Europeans have seen kind of diplomatically moved the dial in Washington, with the US saying now that it would be willing to contribute to security guarantees, before it said it should be totally over to Europeans. Exactly what they would look like is totally unclear at this point because, of course, bombs are still falling on Ukrainians and there is no peace to guarantee for the moment.
Lots of ideas being bounced around there, some new, some old. DW's Rosie Burchard in Copenhagen putting it all into context for us. The leaders of France and Germany, two of Europe's key decision makers on Ukraine policy, are meeting in France. President Emmanuel Macron is hosting Chancellor Friedrich Merz at his official summer residence near Marseille. The two leaders have promised a reset of Franco-German relations. In addition to the war in Ukraine, Merz and Macron were also expected to discuss economic issues. The two countries' cabinets are also holding a joint session. And joining us from southern France is our correspondent Tessa Walter. Hi Tessa, what can we expect from today's meeting?
15 August 2025.
I can tell you everyone here in Toulon is making sure that the German-French motto is being revived. This is really the message they want to convey here. And it already started yesterday when Merz when Macron welcomed Merz here at his Château de Brégançon, a very illustrious, very nice castle, and only 2 former chancellors were actually allowed to be welcomed here. That was Merkel and Kroich, very big chancellors, just showing how much Macron wanted to show that this is a very special meeting. Our friendship is worth all of this. And Merz responded in French for over a minute. He thanked his counterpart. He even brought a bouquet of flowers for Macron's wife. And the two shook hands, tapped on the back. Everyone was making sure that this bromance between the two really is conveyed through all the cameras. But the question everyone here is asking is this bromance enough to bridge all the gaps that have arisen between France and Germany in recent months and years?
Exactly, because there are some challenging items on the agenda, aren't there?
726.
Very much so, and I can tell you on the top of the agenda is probably security and defense. What everyone here is talking about is this transatlantic alliance that we have as for decades, and that cannot be relied upon anymore. With the re-election of Donald Trump, everyone here agrees we need our own defense. We need deterrence. And the key word and the key phrase everyone is using is strategic autonomy. But what should that look like? That is the question they're asking. And there, France and Germany come from very different historic viewpoints, right? I mean, France, as a member of the UN Security Council, has nuclear weapons, has waged wars all over the world. Germany, always very reluctant to rearmament, has no nuclear weapons, and also was always very ingrained in this transatlantic alliance that we had, meaning that it just the importance of NATO also in the future. Give you an example. France says, well, we can rely on our own deterrence, on French deterrence. Germany says, no, NATO needs to remain a counter pillar of that. Or we talk about fighter jets. How should we advance this in the future? The French say, we technicians, leave it with us. The Germans are not so keen on doing that. So really finding compromises here, this is what this meeting is about.
Okay, Tessa Walde for us in the south of France. Thank you. And sorry about the audio problems there. Pardon. A look now at some of the other stories making news. Indonesia's president has promised an investigation into the killing of a person at protests against political privileges in the capital, Jakarta. Authorities say a motorcyclist died after being accidentally struck by an armoured police van. Student union leaders say they intend to protest against police violence. The White House is defending its decision to fire the head of the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention just a month into the job. The Trump administration says it removed Susan Monares as she was not aligned with the president's agenda. The lawyer says she's refusing to step down. A valuable painting stolen by Nazis from its Jewish owners in Amsterdam in the Second World War briefly turned up in Argentina before going missing again. The portrait of an Italian countess was seen on a real estate website hanging on the wall of a villa for sale. A police raid found the painting had been replaced by a tapestry. Investigations are ongoing. Israel's military says it has begun the initial stages of an attack on Gaza City. It has declared the area a dangerous combat zone and ended the tactical pauses that allowed in humanitarian aid. Israel aims to conquer Gaza's largest city, where around 1 million Palestinians are sheltering. Israel has described Gaza City as the last remaining stronghold of Hamas.
Israel is ramping up pressure on Gaza City. People here are fleeing south. For many, it's not the first time they've had to leave almost everything behind.
I was displaced about 9 or 10 times. Of course, the cost is enormous and the situation is very difficult.
Despite the danger in Gaza City, some people don't want to leave.
We categorically reject displacement from Gaza City to the south. If we are displaced, it means Gaza will no longer exist.
Israel's far-right finance minister Bezalel Smotrich called for Israel to begin annexing parts of the Gaza Strip if the militant group Hamas does not surrender.
We're shutting off water, shutting off electricity, shutting off everything after we've moved everyone south of the Morag corridor. There will only be Hamas terrorists left in the rest of the Gaza Strip who will either surrender or die of hunger and thirst. This is completely legal, completely legitimate. We're talking about Hamas terrorists and only them.
The UN has condemned Israel's plans to take over Gaza City. Secretary General Antonio Guterres says there's no military solution to the conflict.
I appeal once again for an immediate and permanent ceasefire and fair humanitarian access across Gaza and the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. Starvation of the civilian population must never be used as a method of warfare. Civilians must be protected. Humanitarian access must be unimpeded. No more excuses, no more obstacles, no more lies.
Meanwhile, Gazans keep moving south, but nowhere in the Strip is safe.
The United Nations says 4 billion people, that's 2/3 of the world population, can't access enough water to meet basic needs for at least a month a year. That includes safe drinking water and supplies for sanitation. Experts say rising global temperatures make rainfall more unpredictable and cause longer and more frequent droughts. In northern Kenya, Turkana and Marsabit counties struggle to get fresh water. The saltwater lake Turkana in between them has not until now been a source of drinking water, but the United Nations is helping people in villages to find new solutions.
At dawn in Moita village, a Chino Lobok balances empty jerrycans on the dusty road to the river. It's a routine she knows too well.
Because I have a business, I wake up at 6 in the morning. I rush to the river, I get water, and I bring it home. Then I go to work.
It's a journey of around 2 kilometers for water that is unsafe to drink, but it's the only option available. Lobok is a mother of 4 and runs a small shop, but the daily struggle for water often puts her livelihood on hold.
We need help accessing clean water. We're forced to close our businesses, to go fetch water. And during that time, we lose customers.
In Moite, as many Kenyan communities, women and children spend hours each day searching for water. And when they find it, it often carries disease. A lack of fuel and water purifiers makes the situation worse, especially for children.
It causes complications like diarrhea, but we continue to drink it without even boiling or using water purifiers.
According to UNESCO, nearly half of people in Marsabit and 3/4 in Turkana live with moderate to high water insecurity. In between them is Lake Turkana, the world's largest desert lake, and a lifeline for nearly 500,000 people. But it had not been systematically studied for more than 50 years. Now, a Dutch-funded US-Ken WFP project is mapping how to secure clean water and sustainable livelihood.
We are going to do a feasibility study to identify potential areas where we can intervene in terms of coming up with either boreholes or is it feasible to treat the lake water.
Water scarcity is not just a Kenyan problem. Globally, nearly 1 in 4 people lack safe drinking water, threatening health, education and livelihoods. Back in Moite, Lobok's play remains.
The water we do get is dirty and bitter. I urge the government to provide clean water for the health of both children and adults.
Until then, the daily walk to the river will continue.
DW's chief climate reporter Louise Osborne is following this, the lengths that some people go just to get a glass of water. It's absolutely ridiculous in some circumstances. Tell us a bit more about how difficult it can be.
I mean, it can be very difficult to get water. There is very little water that is actually accessible to humans on the planet. We access around or less than 1% of the available water, and that is basically all that we can reach. We need fresh water, and so we can't use water from the oceans, for example. But we need it to survive, not just to drink and to use in our homes, but also for farming, for example. Around 70% of the water we use is for growing crops and for livestock that we need to survive, to have food. We also use it heavily in industry, for example. So that is in the production of things like chemicals, but also cooling equipment. There has been a huge amount of data centers popping up, as we've heard, to deal with the needs of artificial intelligence, for example. And these data centers need copious amounts of water to cool the systems. So water is really essential in everyday life.
It's crazy that we're talking about artificial intelligence and data centers when these people we see in the report don't even have access to clean water to drink. And you're talking about 1% of the water on this blue planet that is used. How has it come to this?
I mean, a lot of that is just due to, as much water as we see on the planet. I mean, much of the world's surface is made up by oceans and water. It's just not usable for us. It's salt water. It's also water that we can't access. So this less than 1% is talking about kind of the fresh water availability that there is. And this is coming under bigger and bigger strain as a result of global warming, for example. So rising temperatures are leading to more drought, which is less average rainfall, which means there's less water available. It's also leading to more flooding. And that might sound counterintuitive to say that flooding would mean that we have less access to water. But the water that comes from flooding is often contaminated, and it contaminates the fresh water sources that we have available, meaning that we can't use them. There's also the shrinking of glaciers, for example. More than 2 billion people are reliant on the meltwater that comes down from glaciers. And because they are melting and not, kind of saving the amount of water that we are used to, it means that there's less water available. And then there are things like infrastructure. The piping that we have to bring water to households and things leaks to a huge degree. Trillions of litres of water in the US, for example, are lost every year through leaky infrastructure.
And we're also told about or are overwhelmed with too much water when those glaciers melt too quickly. In other places like Australia, you have desalination plants which do use ocean water, but they're so expensive and are not available to everyone. So what would give everyone fair access to water?
I mean, I think that's a really difficult question to answer. There's no one solution that is going to make everybody able to access water, but there are things that can be done. Water companies, for example, investing in new infrastructure and fixing the leaks that exist in the global north, for example. Also developing and looking at technologies like desalination that you mentioned, making it cheaper so that it's more available to more countries, and also looking at having more reservoirs and wells and, collecting the water that we do get and saving it for when we don't have water, so that, we are not always relying on those rainy periods to collect our water. And also, obviously, there are things that we can do as individuals at home, making sure that our showers are a little bit shorter. Also, maybe saving some of the wastewater that we use for cleaning vegetables or something to water our gardens, rather than using extra fresh water to do that.
I don't know if it's a dumb question, but if you save water in the north, is that going to help anyone in the south?
I mean, that is difficult. Obviously, transporting large amounts of water is very difficult. It's something that they are struggling with, even within Europe, where, southern European countries are getting a lot less water than, parts of the north. But, there is investment that countries can be doing to help, dig wells and to help make sure that the infrastructure is there for countries in the global south as well.
Louise Osborne, thank you very much for coming in. And up next on DW, Berlin Briefing looks at how Germany's Chancellor is shaping its international security strategy. I'm Ben Fazul, and I'll see you again very soon here on DW. Stay with us.
Exciting podcasts now on TV.
My fears and whether I'm going to be a good mom.
There are ways you can defend yourself, that you can stand up for yourself.
Breakups. Gender. What's it like to come out when you're married? How does our mental health impact our love lives?
Between East and West, autocrats and democrats.
Berlin is right in the middle, and the world around Germany is getting more dangerous.
We decode what it means for you.
Next, on DW. To the point. Strong opinions, clear positions, international perspectives.
Donald Trump casts himself as a peacemaker abroad while deploying troops to U.S. cities, redrawing electoral districts, and dismissing political rivals outright. This week on To the Point, we ask, peace abroad, troops at home. Is Trump flirting with dictatorship?
To the Point. In 60 minutes on DW.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Much obliged. Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Senators.
The year was 1940. Polish war orphans were loaded onto trains and deported. For the children, it was the beginning of an odyssey that would last years. Through Asia, then Africa, to Canada. How did they survive? What gave them strength?
The governor, yes, volume 1, the governor's documents.
A story of deep despair and tremendous courage. Odyssey of the Orphans starts September 2nd on DW.
You can be shown those documents.
What do you do if you're faced with a crisis? You consult your friends, you talk to people you trust who may or may not be able to help you. And those friends, if they're good ones and capable, may even be able to alert you to crises that you hadn't even considered and give you advice on how to handle them. Now, in politics, as we all know, you rarely have friends, but you do have allies who share at least some of your interests. And the German government has just decided it's about time that it sit down together regularly and be advised on security and crisis matters. What? You're saying they didn't have that so far? Well, not in a condensed format. They didn't. Today on Berlin Briefing, we'll be talking about Germany's new National Security Council that will convene in future, whose task it will be to develop scenarios for emergencies. So will it really be a game changer? To discuss all that, I'm joined here in the studio by two superbly informed people. Sarah Bresson is a research fellow at the Global Public Policy Institute in Berlin. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, thanks for having me.
It's really cool that you're here. And Markus Pinder is security correspondent for Germany's public radio station, DLF. And Markus, I'd like to start with you. Can you explain what is that new National Security Council?
It is an institution, a small, very small institution. It consists of the Chancellor, the second Chancellor, what's it called?
The Vice Chancellor.
The Vice Chancellor, sorry. and a couple of ministers who are basically concerned with questions of international policy. They have a staff of only 13 people. That is really small in comparison to, for example, the American National Security Council. But they are there to gather information. They are pooling information and they're providing situational awareness for the whole German government. And that is important. It is in the Chancellery. It gives the Chancellor a little more power opposite to the Foreign Ministry, which I think is important. But in times that ask for immediate reactions and immediate solutions sometimes, it makes the German government in terms of foreign policy more agile and a little more consistent. At least that's the hope.
But, you know, the way you've described it just now, it feels as though that is something that the German government should have had for a long time. So, Sarah, can you tell us what happened? Why didn't Germany have that so far? And how did they discuss these security matters beforehand?
So I think it's worth noting that, at least as far as I can remember, we haven't had a chancellor who made foreign policy, global politics, international security a priority voluntarily, right? They did so, Merkel had to do so, Scholz had to do so because of crises. Crises that came and that built up until they couldn't ignore them anymore. And that's really something that we see changing now, where we have a chancellor who is called kind of the foreign chancellor in his first weeks, who tackles foreign policy, or says he would tackle foreign and security policy more proactively. And so setting up this council absolutely makes sense to be able to do that. Why Germany hasn't had that? I mean, I mentioned that more recently chancellors have not made that their priority. In the last government coalition talks before the so-called traffic light coalition came into power, the parties that went into power were not in favor. We usually had a foreign minister from a different party than the chancellor was.
Yeah, that is different now. They're both from the Conservatives.
Exactly. So that is different now. That makes it a little bit easier because you do not have a foreign minister who risks or is afraid of losing power in comparison to a very strong chancellor who might become even stronger when this person defines the national security agenda in the Chancellery with the National Security Council.
But of course, you know, we have a system that is different to, say, the United States or to France. If you could just describe to us, how is that new National Security Council going to be different from the way, say, the American president or the French president deals with matters?
Yeah, it's exactly right. It starts with the fact that we do not have a presidential system, right? So constitutionally, the chancellor, I mean, the president in Germany has representative largely functions, and the chancellor...
yeah, we do have a president, but hardly anybody knows him, right?
Exactly. Exactly. So it's what you have in the UK being the prime minister, or in other systems as well, the chancellor. In this role of basically coordinating the government, but there is a lot of autonomy in the different ministers. So the different ministries have essentially autonomy largely over their area of policy, be it defense, be it development, interior security, and all of these things. And so that means that as a chancellor, you coordinate things. Very rarely the chancellor kind of says, okay, now I need to use more power, basically, as being the chancellor, and use kind of a bit more compelling words to come to a decision. But the essential decision-making body is the cabinet as a whole, and that will stay the same with the new National Security Council. The only difference being that a select group of ministers, as we heard, will have the chance to more in-depth, ideally a bit more forward-looking, early earlier on with better preparation, with a common basis of information, which hasn't been there in the past, discuss international security topics. But in the end, the decisions will be made the same way that they have been, and it will still be the cabinet. So we're not changing our system of government, but we're also professionalizing, in a sense, the national security part.
And we had Donald Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, on the program last week in our last episode. But there's not going to be such a role in that new National Security Council, right, Markus?
There's not such a role. As I said, the Chancellor presides over the National Security Council, and it largely depends on the Chancellor's decision on how to act and how to react to certain international developments. So it is an institution that is pooling information, that gives recommendations, policy recommendations, but it is there is no institutional solution to political questions. Usually, you have to have the act to will. Chancellor Merz now is very much involved in foreign policy, as Sarah just said. So it still depends. It's not a powerful bureaucracy like the National Security Council. It is more of an instrument. They are.
You mean the American National Security Council? What were you referring to?
Yes, it is more. It's less powerful than the American national security bureaucracy, of course.
And before we get to some points of criticism, etc., because not everybody is completely in agreement with this body, we do have to just listen to what Friedrich Merz said when he announced that new setup, and he did sound very proud. Let's just listen to the German Chancellor.
Russia is and will remain the greatest threat to freedom, peace and stability in Europe for a long time to come, and the German government is responding to this with determination. Russia has long been carrying out hybrid attacks against us through sabotage, cyber attacks and targeted disinformation. We see this when cables in the Baltic Sea are destroyed. We see it in targeted attacks on our IT security. We see it in massive interference in our democracy. The Cabinet has therefore launched important projects today. An important decision taken today is the establishment of a National Security Council. This issue has been under discussion in Germany for 30 years. This coalition has decided on it in 4 months, and today has also begun its parliamentary process.
Yeah, parliamentary debate will start, of course. All of these matters that concern security, all the other packages that were also announced this week, like the military conscription that we've talked about on this podcast as well, all of that is going to reach the German parliament for more debate. Can you tell us, Markus, there was a federal security council, or there is, but that one was tasked with different issues. What did the Federal Security Council do that is now going to be integrated in that process of the National Security Council?
I think the most important task they had up to now was to decide whether or not to do arms exports to foreign countries. That was a large part of their decision-making. They could also be called together in crisis situations, but that was rarely the case.
And it was always complicated because there was no automatic system in place, right?
Exactly. Plus, there was no system of experts who provided them with information. So more or less, every ministry was looking to get a broader picture of international relations for themselves, rather than relying on a common basis of facts and listening to the recommendations of foreign policy experts.
Mm-hmm. And there was also a security cabinet, just so that we get into the details of how were these issues discussed so far and what is going to change. Why did Friedrich Merz sound so proud when he made that announcement saying, we've ended decades of debate?
Yeah. So to go back also to your question of why Germany hasn't had such a council before, I mean, we have to think back really the fact that after Second World War, Germany was occupied by the Allied forces, right? And developed its new constitution or basic law and the entire democratic system that we have right now in West Germany, basically also under the oversight of these allies that had just experienced Germany starting a world war, right? So it's not actually that much of a coincidence that we don't have a strong president anymore. There is historical baggage around that, and there are reasons for why, for example, also in NATO, there was back then a Secretary General who said even NATO was created to keep the Germans down, right? To not have Germany be strong. Germany didn't have an army in the first years. So all of these things, that's the historical background. Now, fast forward to today, we're in a completely different global situation, right? We've had repeatedly allies, partners, other Europeans even calling for German leadership internationally in security matters, in European security, which is a big departure from what we had back then, right? And we had gradual shifts in this area. And to take that leadership, we need the structures, basically. So that, I think, is a rationale on the part of the government to now say, let's do this.
Okay, so we've established now that it was made easier, of course, with the very strong role of the Conservatives in this government, because now the foreign ministry is also from the Conservatives. So that means the Chancellor can work together very closely with the foreign minister, whereas in the past, of course, the foreign ministers were also very confident people who didn't want to hand too much of security assessments even over to the Chancellor. And I think we do have to also look at how Annalena Baerbock, the Green foreign minister in the last government, she came up with a national security strategy. Why was that not enough?
Well, strategies are strategies, and they're written on papers, and sometimes shorter, sometimes longer papers. But whether or not you adjust your policies according to a certain strategy that your basically political opponent has written is something totally different.
Because, of course, her Chancellor was Olaf Scholz from the Social Democrats, a different party, right? Exactly. And Olaf Scholz did not realize, basically, how important it was that Germany positioned itself within the occurring crisis right now, vis-à-vis the threat from Russia. He was very reluctant to do anything. He was very reluctant to finally allowed the Ukraine to have, listen to this, 36 tanks. That's not very much. So he was very reluctant to confront Russia. The Greens and the FDP, the Liberal Party, were much more in tune with certain of our European allies confronting Russia. Olaf Scholz never realized the importance of Germany. A Polish foreign minister said, you just alluded to that he feared German inaction more than action. So that coming from a Polish minister with the history that we have tells us something. With Poland being the first country that Germany invaded when it launched the Second World War.
Exactly, and that tells us something about a changed political environment and a completely changed political situation that Olaf Scholz didn't quite realize, and many in his party do not realize this until today, which is a problem for Friedrich Merz, the Chancellor, but that's a different story. Thing is, you have to have the political will to act, and to decisively act, and to realize that Germany, with its industrial strength, with its manpower, cannot hide and duck from the relevant and enormously important and dangerous questions that have arisen with the Russian war against Ukraine. So an institution like the new National Security Council in Germany cannot make up for missing political will or missing the political realization of what the situation is like.
If I just can come in on this, because I think the last government, and you mentioned Olaf Scholz and their decisions after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, gradually deciding how much to support Ukraine, what to not deliver to Ukraine in terms of weapon systems and support, then deliver, huge public debates, dissatisfactions, also the population not really being able to follow. So why weren't we doing this 2 months ago and now we're doing it, and all of the public fights around this. I think that was a phase that really showed how much it can backfire if you don't have the procedures that are now being established in the National Security Council. People rightly often ask, would any decision have been different if we had such a council before, right? Of course, I mean, you cannot tell, it's a counterfactual in history, but I think it's quite hard to imagine. I mean, the security cabinet that you mentioned, basically the ministers working on the security portfolio, meeting in an improvised format throughout the last government's period and the war on Ukraine was one kind of attempt at, in an improvised way, making up for the challenge that everyone had different information. You know, the chancellor thought about doing something, needed to get the information from the defense ministry. How much tanks do we actually have? Are they running? For what do we need them? All of this, you know, I mean, I think it's quite plausible that just the fact that there wasn't an agreed on information basis, a good situational picture, and these high-level rounds that discuss these things in a way also with the support of the staff and the chancellery in a structured way was a disadvantage, and that it would be different in a next situation like this.
Yeah, and of course it put the German Chancellor into the spotlight as well. Everybody was looking at what Olaf Scholz was going to do or not going to do. Everybody sort of tried to understand his motives. Even people who were not critics of him said, okay, I really just want to understand the reasoning behind it. But I know you just said that it's very difficult to say which decisions would have been made differently, aside from Ukraine and how to essentially react to Russia's threat against Europe. What else comes to mind, Sarah?
I mean, what came to my mind is, for example, energy dependence on Russia. That was something to be discussed way in advance. It's not clear, had it been discussed with a more holistic analysis, everyone sitting together, maybe also getting, as you mentioned, allied governments, different governments who have similar experiences into the room, providing their information, providing their view on the matter, getting experts. There's analysis of how much basically experts on Russia and Eastern Europe have consistently pointed out how problematic Germany's dependency on Russia was, even pre the full-scale invasion. So recognizing that early on, and we remember how big of a strain it was on the government, but also on ordinary Germans, the energy prices, how hard it was to kind of, you know, manage that crisis, reduce dependency, where to get alternative energy sources from. So that is definitely one example. Others come to mind, like, for example, technical providers in the 5G network, which was also a topic.
Chinese debate.
Exactly. So would you want Chinese companies in critical infrastructure as providers or not? Again, we cannot say whether, for example, Angela Merkel and her government would have made a fundamentally different decision, but the whole dynamic of whether something like this goes onto the agenda. At the same time, I think thinking about these options also shows what the potential weakness of the new council could be, because as is planned right now, it would still be the Chancellery and basically the office for the National Security Council that prepares the agenda, right? And so getting things onto the agenda that maybe a chancellor does not want to hear about, does not want to confront, there's no new option to basically have, I don't know, the opposition or anyone else kind of put this onto the agenda, right? So again,
it's not going to be public meetings, right? I mean, this is not something where the public can say, okay, we demand to hear, to listen in, to be able to sit and watch you debate all these top secret questions. Right?
Yeah, no, exactly. And even the decisions can be public, but they won't have to be. And so it's at the digression of the Chancellery and the ministers to decide what will be classified and what won't be. And so it's not clear that we will have the things on the agenda that we'd want to have on the agenda, and that also the transparency will be there around those decisions to a greater degree than they were in the past.
And Marcus, climate, for example, was something that was very much highlighted by the previous government. Olaf Scholz from the SPD was in a government with the Green Party, who basically got into that position because of their very strong climate agenda. Now that's off the table, right?
Well, climate is not an immediate concern. It has repercussions on military strategy, on strategy overall. But I don't think it has a place in the National Security Council. The National Security Council can always ask for advice as to how does this actually affect our policies or should affect our policies, but I think it's not an immediate security policy concern. The problem is that some of our actors, our political actors, for example, the Social Democratic Party, live in a strategic reality 50 years ago, back in the past, where the Soviet Union was a conservative power holding on to its territories, but not being confrontative, not being aggressive.
Not trying to expand.
Exactly. And right now we're confronted with a revisionist Russia. And a lot of social democrats still think they could somehow cooperate with Putin at a certain point of time when certain conditions are met. And I think that is a big problem. So if you live in a completely different strategic reality, you cannot come up with solutions of actual political problems.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, one idea of the National Security Council is also that, for example, the team that works for the council prepares scenario analyses, right? So there's a unit that is supposed to bring together analyses from the government, from different ministries, or also do their own analyses that look more further into the future. Again, not just like what situation do we have right now and what happened yesterday and what are our constraints, but really where might Europe stand in 10 years, in 5 years' time? And that's really something that has been lacking in German foreign and security policy making, right? Again, I'm mentioning kind of waiting until the crisis is there and then being kind of late to respond.
Afghanistan is another
Exactly, it's another example. But it's not just about late reaction and then unideal kind of position to be in, but it's also, currently Germany is investing a lot more in defense than it used to be. And you also need to convince the population why this is needed, right? And one way to do this is to invoke the threat, constantly saying Russia might attack NATO, look at what's happening in Ukraine, we need to defend ourselves. An additional way is also to say, what is our plan? Like, proactively, where do we want to go, right? Not just kind of closing down and like, being the ostrich head in the sand or something like that. But in order to also back to the point of strategy, to have a strategy, to develop a strategy, to also hope that, for example, young people join the armed forces, to know what they are fighting for. Everybody works on these topics of like future security strategy topics, as you also need a positive vision for people. You need to have a vision of, for example, Germany as a democracy with many other democracies around us in decline, authoritarian backsliding powers in office, Trump, Orban, all of this, and also additional new kind of self-confidence of authoritarians globally. Does it mean it's only going to get worse and at best I can defend my hometown, or is there any vision of like what we want actually in a positive sense? And so for that, I mean, it's a big topic to do the analyses, to be better prepared, but also to use that as a basis for formulating a new security strategy, for example, and an entire narrative that makes Germany's role in global politics and international security compelling and make it make sense to people.
I think you made a very important point here. Let's remember the last chancellor said, Ukraine must not lose this war, Russia must not win this war, which is actually a non-starter to communicate with the public. It was the vague...
Because he didn't say Russia has to lose or Ukraine has to win, because he didn't want to define what winning means.
At least he should have said Ukraine has to survive and under good circumstances, and therefore we should help Ukraine. He never said that so in that kind of explicit form. He never tried to convince the public. He tried not to frighten people, which is not enough as a foreign policy strategy.
Well, at the same time, he would always argue, I can't send any of those long-range weapons to Ukraine because they might then attack Moscow, and we all don't want to get into a situation where Moscow feels compelled to react to German weapons attacking their capital.
Yeah, which was kind of a weak excuse, because
it was not a coherent communicative strategy.
Yeah, well, the Ukrainians have never demonstrated that they were willing to use...
I'm not defending Olaf Scholz, by the way. I'm just saying that because you just said he tried to not instill fear in people. Yeah. At the same time, sometimes he did. So it was not coherent.
It reminds me a bit of one minister who once, had this press conference and said, I cannot tell you more details because it would make people more insecure. Yeah. Like, remember this? And it's like, if you sit there as a minister and say, I have information, but it would really make you afraid, then that makes people kind of scared, right?
Yeah, that's right. And that was missing. And he was, the former chancellor, we have to talk about this because he was actually overlooking basic facts and not confronting realities. As I said, the Ukrainians never used attack weapons on civilians. They only used it on military installations, yes. So it was kind of a dishonest game he played. And if a politician is determined to do that, he will do that, whether or not there's a National Security Council that says otherwise. That's what I meant. There is no institutional solution to political inaction.
And those are a lot of questions that you would like to that we would like to hear your opinion on. So do send us those comments, and we're looking forward to the discussion. Please be kind to each other. Just a quick reminder, especially on social media. That's very important. Cannot be said often enough. But so far, thanks very much, Sarah. Thanks very much, Marcus, for this lively discussion. And thank you, of course, out there watching on YouTube, wherever you found us on the regular podcast providers. Make sure that you come back.
DW News on Instagram. For those in the know. Follow us.
This is DW News live from Berlin. Israel says it's begun the initial stages of its Gaza City offensive. The military declares the city a dangerous combat zone and ends the tactical pauses there that allowed aid in. Israel says it wants to conquer Gaza's largest city, where around 1 million Palestinians are sheltering. Also coming up, European ministers gather in Copenhagen for talks on Ukraine and the continent's own defense readiness. They're also set to discuss a response to Russia's mass air assault on Kyiv. An EU office was damaged in Thursday's attack. And Thailand's Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra has been removed from office by the nation's top court for an ethics breach. The case centered around a leaked phone call that put her loyalty into question. Hello, I'm Christy Mundo. Welcome to the program. We begin with some breaking news. Israel's military says it has begun the initial stages of its attack on Gaza City. The military declared the city a dangerous combat zone and says it is ending the tactical pauses that allowed humanitarian aid into the area. Now, despite international condemnation, Israel is pressing ahead with its goal of capturing Gaza's largest city, where around 1 million Palestinians are sheltering. And we're going to talk to Fani Fachar, DW senior international correspondent who's in Jerusalem. Fani, the Israeli military has already been operating in parts of Gaza in the last 2 weeks. What is the news then now?
That's a really good question because, in fact, exactly what you just said, it's been operating there and especially intensifying attacks around Gaza City for more than 2 weeks now. In fact, ever since the Security Cabinet here in Israel decided their plan to seize Gaza City and occupy it, even though that's not the word they have been using, but that's effectively what's going to happen once they start the ground offensive. So I think it's rather a change of various words coming down to the very same thing for the people on the ground, and that is more suffering, unfortunately. So while they were speaking about a pre-phase just 2 weeks ago of that planned offensive, now they're talking about, quote, about a preliminary operation. And all of that also implies that people are confronted once again with the choice, not even a choice, but rather with this incredible situation of, do you stay and possibly get killed while airstrikes continue to happen, or are you trying to go towards the south while at the same time, of course, the airstrikes around the entire strip, so not only in the north and not only in Gaza City. Now, in the meantime, Israel also keeps saying that they're going to have so-called tactical military pauses. Again, it sounds very technical in the light of what's happening across the entire strip, but they also pointed out today that this does not apply to Gaza City. So again, they're implying that the offensive is going to intensify in Gaza City. One may wonder whether this wording has been changed in a way to increase the pressure on Hamas militants to surrender before the offensive starts, but it doesn't look like Hamas militants are going to surrender. In fact, they're waiting for a response, just like Qatar and Egypt, the mediators of a ceasefire proposal, waiting for a response from Israel whether they want to accept a 60-day truce, which would mean the release of 10 hostages alive. But it doesn't look like that. What we are hearing is from Israel that they're starting, quote, this so-called preliminary phase of the planned offensive of Gaza City.
Finally, the estimations are that there are around 1 million Palestinians living in this part of the Strip, and Israel has so far claimed that it will first evacuate as many people as possible before starting its operations. What do we know about this and the fate of these people?
Israel has said before that they're going to, well, basically drop leaflets, just like they have done in the past, to make sure that people are informed that there's an evacuation order, that they know they have to get out of harm's way. But all of that, of course, sounds rather ironic, I have to say, given the history of the ongoing Gaza for nearly 2 years. If you look at what happened through the course of this war, the question is really linked to this one really important situation for people on the ground. Where do you go to and where is it safe? There is no such a thing as a safe place in the Strip, even though Israel still says that there are so-called safe humanitarian zones, for example, in Al-Mawasi, which has been also bombed. So people are confronted with this question, do you stay, do you leave? And in fact, one person I've been talking to, because of course we have sources, even though we cannot enter the Strip ourselves, one of them told me, look, Funny, I have family who is sick. They can't go, and also we don't have enough money to afford gasoline, if there's even any logistically available. Also, we can't afford to buy a tent, and the places we can go to are overcrowded. So that's not really a perspective. And I think this is what also the Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, has pointed out, the UN Secretary General, that if this offensive is going to start at a full-scale level, the situation for the people on the ground is going to be simply catastrophic. And the question is just how much more catastrophic it can become, looking at the pictures for nearly 2 years now coming out there from Gaza.
That's DW's Fanny Fachar in Jerusalem for us. Thank you. European defence and foreign ministers are meeting in Copenhagen for an informal two-day meeting. Top of the agenda is boosting military support for Ukraine and strengthening Europe's defences. Now, officials want to work closer with Ukraine's defence industry and discuss the broader security fallout from Russia's war of aggression. The gathering comes just a day after the deadliest Russian bombardment of Ukraine since July. At least 23 people were killed and dozens wounded. The EU's delegation office in Kiev was also damaged, sparking outrage from European leaders. And let's hear now from the Swedish and Estonian defence ministers about how Europe intends to deal with Russia's aggression against Ukraine.
Well, I think the road to peace is goes with two vehicles. One is increased support to the Ukrainian armed forces. The other one is increasing sanctions and pressures. Putin will not move unless there's more pressure on Russia to come to the negotiation table and be serious about it.
We are still in the position that the best security guarantee for Ukraine would be the membership in NATO. But as it takes time, we need to find other solutions. Estonia said already from the very beginning that when we talk about the coalition of the willing, then we are ready to contribute immediately after the ceasefire, and we have to see how the other allies will continue. We said that the company size unit is something we are considering and we are ready to.
Fancy Khalil to spend a few minutes remaining.
May I proceed, Mr. Speaker, sir?
Yes, proceed, Council.
Thank you so much. At that note, no more questions for this witness.
Is this the same form?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I would like to call the next witness, and that is Kroich, Langat, Winnie. Could you please tell the honorable senators and the speaker your names, please?
I am Honorable Winnie Langat, a nominated member representing the great women of Kericho County.
Nominated.
Sorry, I think we need some management. Kindly request Sanjay Tatams to keep these witnesses somewhere, and then they can be coming one by one. Kindly. They cannot stand there for 1 hour, 20 minutes.
Okay, so your names are Winnie, Mheshimiwa Winnie Langat, isn't it?
Yes.
Nominated MCA.
Yes.
Now, is it true that you signed the joint affidavit at page 113 to 116 of the Governor's Bundle, Volume 1? You signed that affidavit together?
Yes, yes.
You signed it together with how many people?
18.
And you stand by its contents?
Yes.
Okay, I just want you to answer 3 questions, then my learned colleagues will ask you a few questions. Could you confirm whether you are in the assembly on the 15th of August?
Yes, I was there.
Did you vote?
No.
What was the issue? What was in issue on that date?
Honorable Speaker, sir, they introduced an electronic voting.
Just a minute. What was the agenda? What was the subject matter under discussion?
Okay, the motion of the removal of the governor.
It was a discussion about the removal of the governor, and eventually it got to a point of voting, isn't it?
Yes.
What kind of voting process was adopted?
Electronic voting.
Electronic voting. Had it previously been used?
No.
Okay, and did you vote yourself?
No.
Could you tell the honorable senators and the honorable speaker why you did not vote?
Honorable Speaker, sir, there was introduction of an electronic voting, of which I was not conversant.
Okay. So the only reason why you didn't vote was because you were not conversant?
Yes.
Only that?
Yes, I was not conversant with the electronic voting, and I have never been trained.
You had not been trained?
Yes.
Okay. And was your vote, so what became of your vote? What kind of a vote was it?
Can you repeat the question?
So, in your standing orders, if somebody doesn't vote, what kind of a vote is it?
There is a roll call voting.
You wanted a roll call voting?
Yes, I wanted a roll call voting.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I had in evidence in chief.
Very few questions, Mr. Speaker, in cross-examination. Winnie, have you sworn any individual affidavit in these proceedings?
No.
That is all in cross-examination for this witness.
Thank you. I have no re-examination questions. I would request to call Kimngeno Kirui. Kimngeno Kirui, please. Could you tell the honorable senators your full names, please, and where you represent?
Jina langu ni Kimngeno Kirui, MCA ama mwakilishi wote wa Tepesoni, eneo bunge la Bureti.
Na ungependa kutumia Kiswahili kama kutoa ushahidi yako?
Ndio.
Asante. Kwa hivyo umesema ni MCA. Tarehe 15 mwezi wa 8 2025 ulikuwa wapi?
Nilikuwa kwa bunge.
Ulikuwa kwa bunge ya County Assembly ya Kericho?
Yes.
Na ni nini ilikuwa inajadiliwa siku hiyo?
Kulikuwa na motion ya kumtoa gavana wa Kericho.
Kulikuwa na motion ya impeachment. Yes. Na mwishowe mkaamua mtapiga kura?
No. Hapana.
Kulikuwa na uamuzi ya kupiga kura?
Kulikuwa na yes.
Iliamuliwa ya kwamba watu wapige kura.
Ndio.
Na kura aina gani ilikuwa mliamua speaker aliamua ikue kura aina gani?
Aliamua tupige na simu.
Ilikuwa inaitwaje exactly kwa standing orders?
Lafta nisomea. Sina.
Ilikuwa inaitwa electronic voting?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, ilikuwa inaitwa. So swali langu la maana na sababu ya wewe kuwa hapa ni hebu eleza hii au waheshimiwa senators, wewe ulipiga kura?
Sikupiga.
Ukupiga?
Yes.
Na mbona ukupiga?
Sikupiga kwa sababu tuliambiwa tunapiga na simu na mimi sikuwa na simu. Nilikuwa nimewacha kwa gari.
Na sababu peke yake ni ya kwamba hukuwa na simu?
Yes, kwa sababu tuliambiwa tumetumiwa link.
Mliambiwa mmetumiwa link na ikawa hauna simu kupiga?
Ndio.
Na wewe ulipata link?
Sikupata.
Hiyo baada ya wewe kukutana na simu yako ulipata link?
Sikupata.
Au kupata link kamwe. Na wewe ulikuwa na imani na hiyo system, hiyo electronic voting eh?
Hapana. Sikuwa na imani.
Ukuwa na imani na nini?
Kwa sababu hatukuwa
What was it that you had no faith in? Au kukuwa na imani na nini?
Juu before kabla hatujapiga tulikuwa tumesuspect ya kwamba kuna venye wamefanyia hiyo machine.
Okay, utaulizwa maswali na wenzangu. That's all in evidence in chief, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Council for the County Assembly.
Single. Mheshimiwa Ngeno, ningependa utazame affidavit yako. Unaiona?
Yes.
Nataka wakili wako kuonyeshe paragraph 9. Hebu soma 9.1.
implemented electronic voting was adopted by acceptability. The response this was even after over 18 members had observed the use of the electronic voting. Majority by regulated speaker avoided the.
I asked him to read by himself.
Ningeomba wakili wa county assembly tafadhali msomee mwenyewe wewe.
You know, there's a reason why that question was imposed like that. So I want to have the effect of that because the next question.
You know the foreign graph is not in Swahili.
That's correct.
And that is why he's using Swahili, not English.
Mr. May, then put the question.
To be fair to him, labda umsomee ama ujaribu wakili wake amsomee ndio aweze pia kupata haki.
That's okay. Mheshimiwa Kipngeno Kirui. My apologies. We are looking at the governor's.
Senators, where the document you are referring to.
Yes, we are looking at the governor's documents, volume number 1, starting at page 132, but I'm now directing the witness to page 133. Mheshimiwa Kipngeno Kirui, kuna certificate, cheti cha translation, yule ambaye alitranslate affidavit kwako kwa Kiswahili ili ukaielewa ndio kaweka saini yako? Umeiona mahali popote?
Sijaona.
Lugha ambayo hii affidavit imeandikwa ni lugha ambayo wewe hauielewi. Ukweli ama sio ukweli? Lugha ambayo imetumika kwa hii affidavit ni lugha ambayo uko na ugumu nayo, sio lugha yako, sio lugha ambayo unaelewa. Si ndio ukweli? Ongea kwa sauti kwa microphone.
Kweli.
Ni ukweli, si ndio? Mwenye alikuandikia haku translate kwa lugha ambayo unaelewa na kuweka certificate yake. Si ukweli? Umeona certificate yake?
Ile swali ulikuwa umemuuliza sio hiyo, saa hii unampeleka.
Unamuomba
asome kifungu fulani. Lakini umebadilisha tena unamuuliza swali tofauti.
I abandoned that question and I've asked a different question, Mr. Speaker, and he's answering. An issue arose as to whether he could read, so I abandoned it. I'm now asking a different set of questions. Aliyekusaidia kusua hii affidavit kwa lugha ambayo unaelewa hajaweka certificate kuonyesha kwamba alitranslate hii lugha. Si ni ukweli? Tafadhali jibu swali langu.
Kweli.
Nashukuru. That's the end of my cross-examination.
Just one question in re-examination, Mr. Speaker, sir. Bwana Kirui, ushahidi wako hapa kwa hii Senate ni nini?
Ushahidi wangu kwa Senate, mimi sikupiga kura.
Okay, na ya pili, ulikuwa na jambo lolote juu ya electronic voting?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, the purpose of re-examination is to clarify matters that arose in cross-examination. None of these issues arose in cross-examination.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the question that was put to the witness is whether he understood what his affidavit was saying. And the bottom line, what I'm asking him to clarify is why he's here and what was the whole purpose of his testimony.
But I think you did ask that question. When he was giving his evidence, you asked the
It's okay, Mr. Speaker, so I can leave that issue there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Irene Chebet Langat. Could you tell the honorable senators and the speaker your names, please?
My name is Irene Chebet Langat.
And you are an MCA?
Nominated MCA.
Nominated MCA, Kericho County.
Yes.
Now, you signed the joint affidavit with the other MCS, isn't it?
I did.
How many were you?
18 in number.
You were 18 in number.
Yes.
And what was the main issue you are making in that affidavit?
We were contesting the fact that we never voted in that assembly. On 15th.
Okay. And the voting was on 15th of August 2025, isn't it?
Yes.
What was the issue under discussion on that day?
Impeachment. It was a motion.
Impeachment, yes.
Impeachment of His Excellency,
Okay.
the governor.
Okay. And could you tell the honorable senators why didn't you vote?
I didn't want to partake an exercise that was going to be shambolic.
And why were you fearing it would be shambolic?
Because in a few minutes to voting,
yes.
That is when we were told of the electronic voting, something that we never used before.
So there was a late introduction of electronic voting which you did not.
Yes.
And so what exactly was your problem? Is it the newness or was there another reason?
We had rumors before this particular day of impeachment, that is 15th. In fact, these people were going to rig the election.
So you were fearing that they would be
voting.
Yes, they would be rigging of the votes.
Yes.
That's all for this witness, Mr. Speaker, sir, and Honorable Senators.
Council representing the County Assembly.
Very few questions. Irene, do you have your individual affidavit for the Senate?
We did a joint...
No, I'm asking about your individual, a singular affidavit on your own name.
No.
Thank you. You're saying you never knew before that there was going to be electronic voting?
Yes.
When did you first know that there was going to be electronic voting?
There were those rumors running around our corridors, that is in the assembly. We also... a few minutes to voting.
A few minutes to voting?
Yes.
Okay. Do your standing orders provide for electronic voting?
Yes.
These standing orders were passed by, among other MCS, you?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sir, no re-examination. I request to call Honorable Babina Serem. Babina Serem. Could you tell the Honorable Senators and Mr. Speaker your full names, please?
Thank you, Council. My name is Babina Serem, a nominated member of County Assembly, representing the great people of, representing the great women of Kericho County.
Okay, you represent only women, eh? Now, you signed a joint affidavit with others, isn't it?
Yes.
How many others?
17 others.
So that you came total of 18, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. What was the main issue you are making in that affidavit?
It was a complaint that the main issue.
Yes.
About.
So in the affidavit, what was the main issue you are complaining about? What was it you are raising?
It was about the voting issue that we had at
you
the
were
Assembly.
Raising issues about voting.
Yeah.
Is this the voting had been done on which date?
On 15th.
15th of August.
Yeah.
And it related to what motion?
The impeachment of the Kericho Governor, Dr. Dominic Mutai.
Okay. And what kind of voting was adopted?
Electronic voting.
And did you vote?
No.
You did not vote. Yes. Your testimony in this assembly is that you did not vote.
Yeah.
And why didn't you vote?
First of all, we were surprised that that day, that when Speaker announced that we were going to use electronic voting, we were not prepared because we've never used the system in our county assembly for voting. So we were not comfortable with voting electronically. So we raised a question, an issue with the Speaker, and we were requesting to vote manually through roll call.
So you preferred roll call as opposed to electronic voting, and one of the reasons is because it was just newly introduced.
Yes.
And is there another reason why you did not vote, other than the newness of the system?
Yeah, the other reason is that we did not trust the system.
Yes.
Because we had the previous night that the system has been introduced, and there were circulation, there were information circulating in the social media that some of the members, even most of our members, were posting from the other side, who were supporting the impeachment, were posting that they already have 33 votes supporting the impeachment. So we could not trust the system.
So you didn't trust the system because even long before the voting point, the time of voting, there were already information that the impeachment motion has been supported by the
Yes, another issue, Council, at a personal level, I could not trust the system because some 2 minutes into the tabling of the notice of motion to impeach the governor, the Speaker, out of the blue, communicated that our seats will be declared vacant. 6 MCAs were going to, their seats were going to be declared vacant based on the reasons that we've missed sessions. Yet, at a personal level, I know that I've never missed sessions, and it's about the system.
Okay. So you, apart from not trusting the system based on the social media communications, including the members supporting the motion, saying that they support the motion, there was also an attempt to remove you as an MCA.
Yeah, just 2 minutes into the tabling of the impeachment motion. I don't know the motive of the Speaker because it was out of the blue.
And what was the reason why the Speaker wanted to remove you?
I just suspect that maybe
what did he say was the reason why he wanted to remove you?
That I've missed sessions at the county assembly.
And had you missed the sessions?
No.
You had not missed?
Actually, he said 8 consecutive sessions, yes, which was a lie.
Which was not true.
Yeah.
And how did you then survive that intention?
Through a court order.
So you went to court to challenge the decision to remove you as MCS, right, got and managed to be back in the assembly and to participate in this impeachment motion.
Yeah.
That's all the questions I have for this witness, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Council, proceed to close examination.
Thank you again. Very few questions. Babina, do you have any individual affidavit of yours before the Senate?
No, we did a joint affidavit.
In that joint affidavit, have you attached these so-called social media posts that you are referring to?
No.
You have not. That's all in cross-examination.
Next.
That is all. No re-examination, Mheshimiwa. I request to call Dominic Mutai, Honorable Dominic Mutai. Could you tell the Honorable Senators and the Speaker your names, please?
I'm Dominic Mutai, MCA from Kabianga Ward.
You represent Kabianga Ward in Kericho?
Yes.
Were you in the County Assembly on the 15th of August 2025?
Yes, I was present.
What was the issue being discussed on that day?
The motion on impeachment of Governor Dr. Eric Mutai.
It was a motion to impeach the governor.
Yes.
And it got to a point of voting, isn't it?
Yes.
What kind of voting system was adopted?
The Speaker ruled that the electronic voting was to be used.
Okay. And after you had decided that electronic voting would be used, were you okay with that idea?
We were not okay because that was the first time it was introduced, some few minutes to voting.
Okay. And so what did you prefer?
We preferred a roll call.
You preferred a roll?
Yes.
And did you express your wishes for a roll call?
Yes, we stood for division.
Yes.
Which it was not granted.
It was denied. Yeah. And did you vote?
No, I didn't.
And does the standing order say what happens to a vote which has not been cast?
Yes, it is said abstain.
So if you have not cast your vote, it's supposed to be reflected as abstain?
Yes, yes.
When you saw the results that were posted by the County Assembly on the voting, does your vote of abstain, is it featured?
It is not featured anywhere.
It's not featured. And so apart from the fact that the system was new, was there another reason why you didn't participate in the electronic voting?
Yes, we were, prior to that there was a lot of suspiciousness, and we know we are from that assembly, and we know the issue of integrity of the system, which can be manipulated.
So you feared that the system would be manipulated?
Yes.
And that's the reason why you didn't vote?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You'll be asked a few questions by my colleagues.
Mr. Dominic, very few questions for you.
Yes.
It is your case that this is the first time this system was being used in the assembly?
Yes.
But you already knew it had been manipulated?
We didn't know that it has been manipulated.
You didn't know that it had been manipulated?
Yes.
But let me get that right, just for clarification. You didn't know it had been manipulated?
Yes.
I want to show you a copy of the Hansard. For you are in the assembly when the governor and his advocates made submissions to that assembly.
Yes.
You remember the governor's advocate in the assembly saying your vote had already been manipulated?
Yes, I remember saying.
Thank you so much.
He said so.
This was well before the vote was taken.
Yes.
Now you have seen the results of the vote. You finally are aware of the results of the vote.
Yes, I know later.
Later, yes, later you know the results of the vote.
Yes.
They show that you didn't vote.
Before that, can I explain?
No, you can't explain. Those results show that you didn't vote.
I don't want to explain.
Don't explain, state to me. Those results you have seen later show you, Dominic, didn't vote.
Yes.
The allegation by the counsel for the governor in the assembly that your vote had manipulated was therefore false.
Counsel?
No. That allegation, was it true or false?
Mr. Speaker.
Was that allegation true or false?
I was the one who was in that assembly, and I know why.
Now you are in the Senate, and you must answer my question.
If I can answer the questions as you asked. It's just a yes or no.
Yes. Was that allegation in fact true or false?
It is true.
It is true. That's enough. Thank you. But the results show you didn't vote.
I didn't vote.
In fact, you didn't vote.
I didn't vote.
Thank you so much. That's all.
Yes, counsel representing the
just one
governor,
question.
The examination.
You said there was an issue of. Did you know or you didn't know that there would be a likelihood of manipulation of the votes?
Prior to that, we were our colleagues said my name was already one of those who was supposed to be voted in courts.
Yes.
And then I requested the speaker to allow me, when I was submitting at that assembly, that is how I wanted to explain. I said my vote should be respected. And whoever wanted to vote to me, I said my vote should be respected. That is what I wanted
so
to explain.
out of your concern that there is a likelihood of intention to manipulate your vote, you anticipated it by making comments on the floor.
Yes, I said
and that's captured in the answer, isn't it?
It is captured in the answer that I said so.
Okay. I would like to leave questions there. Mheshimiwa, thank you very much. I would like to call Honorable Omolo.
Let us have the next witness.
Honorable Omolo. Could you tell the honorable senators and the speaker your names, please?
My name is Honorable Opel Omolo.
Describe yourself.
I am nominated MCA representing the minority in the Kericho County.
You are representing the minority in the Kericho County. Yes. Were you in the assembly on the 15th of August 2025?
Yes.
What was being discussed on that day?
The impeachment motion, the motion to impeach the governor.
The discussion was on the impeachment of the governor. And the discussion went on up to a point of voting, isn't it?
Yes.
What kind of voting process was adopted?
Electronic.
And were you agreeable to the electronic voting?
No.
What did you prefer?
Roll call.
You preferred roll call voting?
Yes.
Okay. And did you make known your wishes that you prefer roll call voting?
Yes.
Okay. Did you eventually vote at all?
No, I did not.
You did not vote?
Yes.
Okay. And does the standing orders provide for a case where somebody doesn't vote?
It does.
What does it say?
It says that if there is a division,
yes,
supported by 5 people, then the Speaker can opt for the option of roll call.
Okay, you didn't answer my question, but that's still okay. So you're saying that where you are disagreeing with the voting system and you are more than 5 people, you should have been allowed to go for roll call, isn't it?
Yes.
How many were you supporting the option of roll call?
18 of us.
You are 18. Why didn't you vote, Noela?
We had a prior knowledge that the system already was not transparent.
You feared that the system was not transparent?
Yes.
And that's why you didn't vote?
Yes.
Now, when you don't vote, how is your vote supposed to be captured? Is it a yes, no, or what?
If I don't vote, it should be abstained.
It should be abstained. When the report was brought back about the number of votes, is your vote of abstained reflected?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. That's all for this witness in evidence in chief, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Council for the counter assembly.
Noela, in 30 seconds, you have not sworn any individual affidavit of yours before the Senate.
Yes, I've not.
Sorry?
I've not.
Thank you so much. That's all in cross-examination.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. You can retire. I request
Next
to call
witness.
Honorable Vincent Kirui. Please tell the honorable senators and the speaker your full names, please.
My names are Vincent Kirui.
And could you just describe yourself, please?
Member of County Assembly representing Litein Ward.
You are MCA for Litein Ward?
Yes.
Were you in the County Assembly? You signed the joint affidavit with the others?
Yes.
How many in total were you?
You were 18.
You were 18. And what was the main issue you are saying in that affidavit?
They had said we were our main aim.
Yes. What was your main complaint? Mulikuwa muna complain juu ya nini?
Impeachment of our Governor Mutai.
Okay. Now, so were you in the assembly on the 15th of August?
Yes.
What was the issue being discussed on that 15th of August?
The impeachment of our
Governor.
Governor.
It was the discussion on the impeachment of the Governor. And you debated it, eventually came to voting, isn't it?
Yes.
What kind of voting was adopted?
Electronic.
Electronic voting. And were you agreeable to the electronic voting?
No.
What did you prefer?
We prefer to be counted.
You prefer to be counted, huh?
Yes.
What is it called? Roll call.
Roll call.
Okay. So was it you alone who wanted roll call?
No, we were 18 of us.
18 of you wanted the roll call. And did you tell the speaker that you wanted to use roll call?
Yes.
And did he accept?
No.
Okay. Did you vote?
I never voted.
You did not vote. Does your standing orders provide for what happens to a vote that has not been cast?
It's reversed as abstain.
It is supposed to be reflected as abstain. When you saw the results brought to this Senate by the County Assembly saying that the 3 people voted in support of impeachment, does it reflect your vote of abstain as a consequence of not voting?
Yes.
Is your vote captured in that data?
No.
No, it's not captured. But that's all for this witness, Mr. Speaker, sir, in evidence in chief.
Again, in 30 seconds, Honorable Vincent, you have not sworn any individual affidavit before the Senate, have you?
Yes.
Have you sworn it?
No.
No. Did you log into the system to vote?
No.
Did you seek assistance from the technical staff and you are denied?
No.
Did you press the abstain button?
No.
Thank you so much. That's all.
Next witness.
Gilbert Ngetich, please. Honorable Gilbert Ngetich. Could you tell the honorable members your full names, please?
I'm Honorable Gilbert Kibrop Ngetich.
Describe yourself.
I'm an MCA representing Kudbibo from Kishara Ward.
Kishara.
Elected member.
In Kericho County.
In Kericho County.
Okay. Were you in the County Assembly on the 15th of August 2025?
Yes, I was
And what was being dealt with on that date?
It was an impeachment motion, main motion to be precise, from Honorable Rogony on impeachment of His Excellency.
It was a motion to impeach the governor, moved by Honorable Rogony. And so it was discussed, eventually it was decided to go into voting, isn't it?
Yes.
What kind of voting was adopted?
Electronic voting directed by the Speaker.
The Speaker decided that it be by electronic voting. Were you agreeable to the electronic voting?
We didn't.
You?
I didn't.
You did not. And did you express your wish, your objection?
I did.
You expressed your objection?
Yes.
Were you alone in that objection?
No, we were 18.
And what did you prefer?
We preferred the roll call voting.
You preferred roll call voting?
Yes.
Do you have a right to ask for roll call voting?
We have.
And for roll call voting to be adopted, what does it require?
It requires a division illustrated by 5 or more members.
So if 5 or more people ask for roll call, then it should be given by the Speaker?
Yes.
Did you ask for that?
We did.
How many people?
18 of
Was
us.
it granted?
It wasn't.
Okay. Now, so eventually they started the process of voting electronically. Did you vote yourself, Mheshimiwa?
I abstained.
You abstained. How did you abstain exactly? Did you press a button of abstain, or what do you mean?
There were nowhere to be pressed.
There was nothing to be pressed. Yes. So what do you mean by telling these senators and the Speaker you abstained?
We illustrated by standing up.
Speak for yourself.
I illustrated by standing up to illustrate that I was not satisfied with electronic voting.
And so why do you think your vote should have been abstain?
Pardon?
Why are you saying your vote is an abstain yet you didn't press anything?
Okay, by standing alone, it was supposed to be automatically registered to be an abstainer.
So as far as you are concerned, the fact that you didn't vote should have been marked as abstain.
Yes.
Is your vote of abstain captured in the total number of votes reflected by the court?
It was not captured.
Okay, you will be asked a couple of questions by my colleagues for the assembly.
Gilbert, again in 30 seconds, very few questions. Do you have an individual affidavit that you have sworn before the Senate?
I don't.
You don't. Did you log into the system, this electronic voting system that was provided?
I didn't.
You did not log into it. Do you know it in fact provided for an electronic button for abstain?
I was not.
Do you know that fact? That had you logged in, you'd have seen that abstain?
I didn't know.
Did anyone stop you from logging in?
No one.
Did you seek assistance from the technical staff to log in and denied you the chance?
I was to be trained, not to be.
Did you seek assistance from the staff who were assigned?
I didn't.
You did not. Thank you so much. That's all in cross-examination.
Counsel for the Governor.
Just one question, Mheshimiwa. Did you need to ask for assistance?
No need.
What would have happened before that?
We were supposed to be trained prior to the use of the gadget.
You needed to be trained, not to be helped, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, that's all for this witness.
Thank
you very much, Mheshimiwa. The next witness is Francis Terrell, please. Please tell the honorable senators and the speaker your names, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Francis Langat Terer, member of the County Assembly of Kericho, representing the great people of Jeboinwat.
Okay. And were you in the County Assembly on the 15th of August?
Yes, I was there.
And what was being discussed on that day?
The tabling of the motion of impeachment of the Governor of Kericho, Dr. Dominic Mutai.
It was discussion of the impeachment of the Governor.
Yes.
And the impeachment proceedings went on?
It went on.
And it got to the point of voting, isn't it?
Yes.
And when it got to the point of voting, what kind of voting was decided on by the Speaker?
Electronic voting system.
It was electronic voting. Were you agreeable with the electronic voting?
No, I wasn't.
And did you make known your wishes that you were opposed to it?
Yeah, we were opposed to it, especially the 18 members of us. We stood up.
Were you opposed yourself?
Yes.
And were there people supporting your objection to that?
Yes.
How many were you?
18 in number.
And if you have an objection, what should happen to the electronic voting? What did you prefer? Let's start by saying, what did you prefer?
Repeat the question.
So you didn't want electronic voting?
Yeah, we didn't want the electronic.
What voting could you have?
We wanted the roll call voting system.
You wanted roll call, and did you let the speaker know that?
Yes.
How many people wanted roll call?
18 members of the county assembly.
Okay. Now, did you vote?
I didn't vote.
At all?
At all.
Why didn't you vote?
Because I had no hope in the electronic voting system.
You had no faith in the electronic voting system?
Yes.
Okay. And does the standing order provide for a situation where somebody has not voted?
Yes.
What is it supposed to be counted as?
Abstain.
It's supposed to be counted as abstain?
Yes.
When the results were brought by the county assembly, does it reflect your vote of abstain?
It didn't capture my vote as abstained.
Your abstained vote was not captured?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. You'll be asked a few questions by my colleagues.
Thank you.
Yes, Council.
Francis Terer.
Yes, sir.
Have you sworn any individual affidavit before this House?
No.
You know your standing orders provide for electronic voting?
Yes.
You are in the assembly that approved that system of voting?
Yes.
The method of voting the speaker used was known to your standing orders?
It was known.
Thank you so much. That's all in cross-examination.
No re-examination, Mr. Speaker.
Next
sir. I request to call Honorable Anita Chebet. Please tell the honorable senators and the speaker your full names, please.
My name is Anita Cherono-Mubei, representing elected member, representing the people of Chilma Southward in Bureti constituency, Kericho County.
Thank you very much. Were you in the county assembly on the 15th of August?
Yes, Senior Counsel.
What was the issue being discussed on that day?
The day was a day for us to table the motion on the impeachment of Dr. Eric Mutai.
So it was the day to discuss the issue of the impeachment of the governor.
Yes.
And then debate went on, isn't it? It was discussed.
Yes, the discussion started at around 10.
It's okay. So it was discussed. Eventually it came to a point of voting, isn't it?
Yes.
And was there any decision as to what form of voting was to be done?
The decision came in at the very end.
Yes.
And the decision that came up was a new way of voting.
Yes.
That as a house, as an assembly, we had not used an electronic voting before.
So it was said to be electronic voting?
Yes.
Was that, had you ever used that electronic voting system?
No.
That was the first time?
That was the first time.
Okay. Did you know that you were going to use electronic voting before you came on that day?
No, apart from the rumors that were on the social media, we had not received an official communication from the speaker that we were going to use an electronic voting system. There were no official communication to us.
So the only thing you were, there was comments circulating in social media that electronic voting would be used?
Yes, and also some members, some staff were good enough to inform us that the IT staff were good enough to tell us that be prepared, there is a new system that we've been called tonight to work on that you might be using tomorrow.
Sorry, that they had been called?
Yes.
Called, when were they called?
A night to the day of 15th.
So they had been told, please come and prepare the...
Yes.
Who called them and who asked them to prepare for electronic voting?
The speaker called them.
The speaker is the one who said, come and set up an electronic voting system. Okay, so the voting started, isn't it?
Yes.
Did you have an objection to the electronic voting?
Yes, we had an objection.
What were your reasons?
Our reasons were, we are not aware of this system and we don't trust the electronic system. And as a team that were against it, we stood for division to request the speaker to allow all of us to be counted under the roll call option instead of a new gadget that we were not aware of.
So let me just paraphrase what you're saying. You said you had an objection and the objection was based on the fact that it was new and you didn't trust it.
Yes, and we had not been taken through a pilot test of the system. Some of us, we are technically savvy, we are well with the system. If only we knew what that system was, if only there was a pilot test a day to, for us to be sure that our votes will be in safe hands with the system. Yes, we would have agreed to it, but we said no, since it was a new
So
thing.
it is your testimony to this Senate that you really have no objection to electronic voting. You only wanted the integrity of it to be properly in
Yes.
place. Okay. And you said it was being piloted that in the impeachment motion.
Yes, it was a pilot because I was reading through, allow me to add this, because I was reading through my messages with the IT, our IT staff, a night that night, and I was asking, even the same day, I was texting him and asking him, we've heard of electronic system, what are you guys going to do? And the message he gave me was, you will, once you decide on the electronic voting system, then we will let you know how to work on it.
Okay.
That was around 1 p.m.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you have an option other than electronic voting?
Yes, we had an option of roll calling.
Roll call.
Yes.
And how would roll call work?
Roll call, the way roll call work is, of course, we will have a side.
No, sorry, that's not what I'm asking. So the speaker had said we use electronic voting.
He insisted after we requested for.
Is there an option for you to ask the speaker to change that position? Can the MCAs ask that you depart from the use of electronic voting to roll call?
Looking at our standing orders, yes, we have an option.
What does it require for the speaker to accept the roll call?
So if we go for division and 5 of the members stood and request for that option, the speaker would rule that we go for a roll calling.
So if there are 5 people insisting on a roll call, then the roll call should be done by the speaker?
Yes, as per the standing orders.
As per the standing orders. Does the speaker have a choice if there are 5 people supporting the motion?
He had no choice, but he decided to rule anyway.
No, I'm saying ordinarily, as per the standing orders, does it provide for the speaker to choose whether or not to do roll call if there are 5 people supporting?
No, it's saying shall, so I don't think there's an option.
Lastly, did you vote?
I didn't vote.
Does your standing orders provide for what happens when you don't vote?
Yes, I expected, because I abstained, and I expected the system to count those who abstained from not voting.
And that includes you?
And that includes my vote.
Is your vote reflected in the votes that have
Looking at that system, it's only showing
just answer
those
the
who
question.
voted.
Looking at the results that were brought to this Senate, does your abstained vote, is your abstained vote reflected?
No, it's saying 0.
Okay, you'll be asked a few questions, Madam Mheshimiwa.
Yes, Council. Through the close examination.
Thank you. Just in 1 minute. Anita, have you sworn an individual affidavit before the Senate?
No.
You have told this Senate that you expected the system to register your abstinence, your abstained vote. True?
Yes.
Which system?
The electronic voting system.
Did you log into it?
We didn't have.
Did you, Anita, log into it?
But log in where?
My apologies. Anita, did you log into the system?
We didn't have a system to log in.
Did you log into the link that was given to you?
I didn't have an option of logging in.
Mr. Speaker, may I have my question answered? I have 1 minute to finish this witness.
Yes, witness, just answer the question.
Did you log into the system?
I didn't have a system to log in.
I'm asking whether in fact you logged into it, whatever the circumstances.
But where?
Mr. Speaker, may I have my question answered? This is now becoming disturbing.
Witness, once again, you are now bordering to becoming a hostile witness.
Take that as a warning.
Question the way you asked, just yes or no. Don't ask the council questions.
Anita, did you in fact log into the system?
No.
Did you press the abstain button?
I didn't have a button to press.
Did you press an abstain button?
No.
Nevertheless, you expected that system to register your abstained vote.
But which system?
Nevertheless, you expected that system to register your abstained vote.
But which system?
Mr. Speaker, may I once again have my question answered, whether that was expectation?
Madam Witness, can you answer those questions looking at me? Maybe when you look at him, you are becoming a bit Look at this side and answer the questions.
Thank you. Notwithstanding that you didn't press the abstained button, you nevertheless expected the system to register your abstained vote. Is that a correct position?
Come up again.
Notwithstanding that you didn't press the abstain option in the system, you expected to register your abstain vote.
I didn't have a gadget to press the abstain button.
Did you have your phone in the chamber?
I had my phone until 1 p.m. when my phone went off power.
Did you have your phone in the chamber?
It was somewhere, but
did you have your phone in the chamber?
I think so.
Did you in fact have your phone in the chamber, Anita?
I had my phone until it went off and I took it off.
So you had your phone in the chamber?
For about 3 hours.
So in fact you had your phone in the chamber, as a matter of fact?
For about 3 hours.
What's the answer to that question, Mr. Speaker, on whether in fact she had my phone? I can't get the answer to that question. And I think the witness is now bordering on rudeness now, not just being hostile. I've been very polite to all witnesses in this assembly because it's my professional duty to be. But they have no corresponding right to be rude to me. I'm a professional discharging my professional duty. I deserve respect. She is disrespectful.
Council, you know you have no mandate to judge. It's me, that's my work. So
yes.
Mine is only to request that to answer your questions. Don't make the judgment. That is the work of the chair.
Yes,
I'm pleading with that to answer your questions directly.
Yes, I was making a submission, inviting you to make that judgment, Mr. Speaker.
You are provoking me to do that.
My apologies.
Or inciting me to say what you
No, Mr. Speaker. I was making a submission so that you then...
So, witness, Madam Anita, honorable member, just answer those questions as fast as possible because I can see the council is constrained by time.
Mr. Speaker, sir, am I allowed to just say no answer?
Yes, no, yes.
Okay.
Did you, in fact, have your phone in the chamber?
No answer.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know what to do now, but I will beseech you to intervene now more coercively. May I request my time be posted in the circumstances because I have no contribution to what she's doing.
Witness, what is the problem? Council representing the governor. Can you stand down the witness if she is not ready to respond and call another witness?
May I proceed, Mr. Speaker?
Proceed.
Madam Anita, do you in fact have your phone in the chamber?
Yes.
Do you remember you contributed to this impeachment motion?
I said yes for 3 hours.
Do you remember you contributed to this impeachment motion in the chamber?
Yes, for 3 hours.
Do you remember you read your contribution from your phone and that became an issue in the course of the debate?
Yes, for 3 hours.
In your affidavit before this Senate, have you disclosed these conversations you had with the IT staff on the eve of the vote?
No.
The inclusion of electronic voting in your standing orders happened in October last year. True or not true?
Come up again.
The amendment to the standing orders to introduce electronic voting happened in October 2024. True or not true?
True.
Have you had a motion requiring a division in that assembly since then, before this one, before this impeachment one?
We have not done anything that required us to vote since the time that the standing orders were changed.
Thank you. So this is the first time a motion requiring a division arose since the amendment to the standing orders. True or not true?
Not true.
Which other motion requiring a division has ever arisen since October last year when you made the amendments?
There was a removal of our Deputy Speaker, Dr. Eric, at some point after the standing orders were changed, and we expected the electronic voting system to be used then.
Give us the month when you removed the Deputy Speaker.
Around November, but we can check. I'm not
so
sure
you're not sure of the month?
I'm not sure of the dates, but it was after the standing orders had been changed.
Are you sure of the date and the month?
I can consult.
I've asked whether you are sure so that we put it on the record.
November.
You're sure of that month?
Yes.
And that's all in my cross-examination of this witness.
Counsel, are you doing the examination?
Yes, just briefly. You said you've had an opportunity to use division for purposes of a motion for the removal of the Deputy Speaker?
Yes.
And that happened after the amendment of...
After the amendment.
And that was in November 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use electronic voting then?
No.
Okay. Now, you've been asked why you expected your vote to be captured as an abstain, yet you had not voted. You remember being asked that question?
Yes.
I want you to read standing order number 77-8.
778, any member present in the assembly but who shall not have voted at the expiry of 5 minutes or after the announcing of the results, whichever is earlier, shall forfeit the right to vote and shall be deemed to have abstained from voting.
And so based on that standing order, were you entitled to have your vote counted as abstain?
Yes, Counsel.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa Anita. I'm requesting for Mheshimiwa Gabriela. Mheshimiwa, if you could tell the honorable senators and the honorable speaker your full names and who you represent.
I'm Chibwena Gabriela Langat, nominated member of Kericho County Assembly.
Okay. Were you in the county assembly on the 15th of August 2025?
Yes, I was.
What was being discussed then?
The motion on the impeachment of Kericho County Governor, Dr. Dominic Mutai.
And could you confirm that the motion was moved, discussion was held?
Yes, it was moved and discussion held.
And eventually it came to voting?
Yes, Senior.
Yes, what kind of voting was adopted?
The electronic voting system was adopted.
Okay, and were you agreeable to the electronic voting system?
No, Senior.
What was your objection? Please address the speaker, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, our approach, we wanted a normal roll call voting or the head count.
You wanted either a head count or roll call?
Yes, Senior Counsel.
How many were you?
We were 18 in number.
18 people preferred roll call?
Yes.
Okay. And did the speaker grant your wishes?
No, he denied us the wishes.
Okay. Now, now that he had refused roll call and the only system available, the only system to be used is electronic voting, did you vote?
No, I did not.
You did not vote at all?
Yes, I did not vote.
Could you tell the honorable senators and the speaker the reason why you didn't vote?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, I refused to vote because I did not trust the integrity of the system. Prior to the voting, the TV screens were installed in the Kericho County Assembly in the night. A very rare activities. They were installed in the night, and also the system, I informed the speaker that we've never been trained about this system, and that was the main reason. I never trusted the credibility of the results and also the voting system itself in nature.
So your problems were, one, it had been rushed?
Yes.
2, you didn't trust it?
Yes.
And 3 is that you had not been trained?
Yes.
And it remains your position even in this honorable Senate that it shouldn't have been used in the face of all those 3 issues?
Yes, Senior Counsel.
Okay. I've requested you to address your answers to the speaker, please. Now,
sorry.
Prior to so you said there was the rush, the integrity. Before that, did you have any concerns about this oncoming impeachment motion?
Yes, I had concerns.
What were the concerns?
Mr. Speaker, sir, my first concern, 2 minutes to the tabling of the notice of motion of impeachment, the Speaker declared our names, six names, that 4 women and 1 elected member of the Kericho County Assembly, and also 1 male nominated. He declared our names that our seats were going to be declared vacant. On that 2 minutes before the notice of the motion, Mr. Speaker, by my own reasoning, I saw that this was by design or maybe a sinister move by the Speaker to either intimidate us or maybe deny the number. Because if we would have declared our names that our offices are vacant, the number would have reduced to 41, and therefore the 2/3 threshold would have been low, and maybe they would have gotten that. Mr. Speaker, another reason is that all through before the impeachment motion, after that communication was made, one chief whip of the Kericho County Assembly, one Honorable Aaron Rotich, called me and told me that, did you hear the communication from the Speaker? And I told him that yes. He told me, what's your point? What are you saying? I told him that I've never missed this 8 consecutive sittings that it is being alleged. And he told me that, what, do you have a proof? I told the honorable member, yes. I've always attended the sittings of the Kericho County Assembly. It is my duty and responsibility. And Mr. Speaker, the member told me, we can get the contacts from the Safaricom. I'm ready to provide the evidence, Mr. Speaker. He told me that we can delete your biometric logins. And I was surprised, Mr. Speaker. That is the system that we are using. If that member alleged that my logins entry can be deleted, that system is not safe, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today as the Kericho County Assembly member.
The question that you asked was not that wrong. I think
I was explaining my, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Sorry.
So in the long explanation you've given, you say
one thing, Senior, I would like to say that my suspicion began there, because if you would delete my biometric, that means the system is not credible. Thank you.
So you were told directly by you said Chief Whip?
Yeah, the Chief Whip, Aaron Rotich.
So the conversation with Chief Whip was, you have missed 8 sessions, so you'll be removed.
Yes.
However, then you said you have not missed them.
I have not missed at any point.
And then he said what?
He said that we'll delete and there'll be 8 consecutive sittings, and next week the Speaker is going to communicate to you that your office is vacant. So I'm here courtesy of a court order.
Okay, the Speaker said you don't answer too long.
Thank
you. As a result of the fact that Chief Whip told you that we can adjust the data of the County Assembly the way we want, you became suspicious.
Yeah, I began suspecting some
manipulation. And so what did you do?
On that very day, yes, we stood up for a division.
No, I mean, so that you don't lose your speed, what did you do?
Oh, I went to the court,
yes,
and report the matter, and we were granted a court order.
To do what?
To stay in the Kericho County Assembly and not to appear before the Powers and Privileges Committee.
To stop you from being removed as an MCA.
Yes.
I would like you to read. If you could read for the Speaker the case number. What is the case number?
The case number is HCHRPET/E009 of 2025.
Honorable Senators and Mr. Speaker, sir, this is in volume 4A of the County Assembly's documents. 4A of the County Assembly's documents, page 45. And it is case number Kericho Law Courts E009 of 2025. And you say in that case, you were one of the 6 MCAs who went to court?
Yes.
And you got orders to remain as MCAs?
Yes.
And as we speak now, you're still in office?
Yes, I'm still in the office, courtesy of a court order.
Lastly, your fault, when you did not vote, what kind of a vote was it? Is it supposed to be reflected in the tally?
Yes.
How is it supposed to be reflected?
If any member does not cast his or her vote, the vote is deemed to have abstained, but it's not captured in the assembly votes.
So your position is that your standing orders provides that if you don't cast your vote, it should be treated as abstain?
Yes.
And the votes brought to this Honorable Senate by the County Assembly, does it reflect your abstained vote?
It doesn't reflect.
Was there a crisis as to why it should use electronic voting rather than roll call?
There's no crisis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. The witness can be cross-examined. You'll hold on for cross-examination.
Counsel, of the County Assembly.
Sorry, Gabriel, I have a few questions for you because my time is restricted. You refer to a conversation you had with one of the whips regarding the notice for you to show cause why you should not be referred to the Powers and Privileges Committee. Is that the conversation you refer to? Is that
Pardon?
You refer to a conversation you had with a particular whip on the question of your failure to attend 8 consecutive sittings of the Assembly. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes.
You considered that conversation to be crucial to this impeachment motion? Is that conversation important?
Yes.
You swore an affidavit in this impeachment motion?
Yes, I did.
Do you refer to that conversation in your affidavit?
No.
So that conversation was so important not to be included in your affidavit?
I included the...
I'm asking whether that conversation with Rotich was in your affidavit.
It contributes to the incredibility
I'm asking
of the
whether
system.
that conversation is in your affidavit, whether any
It's not.
paragraph in your
It's not.
affidavit. Thank you. This members of the County Assembly are subject to the disciplinary measures under the Powers and Privileges Act. True or not true?
True.
The Speaker's communication to you was to show cause to the Powers and Privileges Committee. True or not true?
True.
Did the Speaker tell you he was himself going to arbitrarily remove you from the Assembly?
When you miss 8 consecutive, that is done. But I never missed. It was a lie.
But the question whether you had missed or not was the subject to be determined by the Powers and Privileges Committee. True or not true?
The Powers and Privileges Committee is biased in the Kericho County Assembly.
Let me get the answer to my question kindly, Gabriela. I'm a fairly patient person, but with limits.
Okay.
Please confirm that the question whether or not you had missed was going to be a subject of consideration by the Powers and Privileges Committee.
It was political, Senior Counsel.
Gabriela, please answer my question. The question whether or not you had missed the 8 sittings was a subject of consideration by the Powers and Privileges Committee.
I don't know.
Did the notice and communication from the chair specify that issue?
No.
You're saying the communication from the chair didn't specify that issue?
We were to appear.
Did the communication from the chair specify that you show cause to the Powers and Privileges Committee?
Yes, it did.
And that's what you're saying it did not?
It did.
Let me deal with a small question about the screens being installed in the Assembly on the eve of the impeachment motion. Those screens are like the ones we are seeing in this Senate. True or not true?
True.
You are aware that the trial, the evidence by the parties in the impeachment motion at the Assembly entailed playing of video evidence. Did you see that being played?
Yes, I saw it.
Was it possible to play video evidence without screens?
But should you install them in the night?
Was it possible to play video evidence without screens?
Pardon?
Was it possible to play video evidence in the Assembly without the screens?
No.
Was the Assembly administration under an obligation to facilitate the parties to present their evidence fully?
Not in such a hurry, and also in the
I
night.
didn't ask you the manner. Did the Assembly administration have a duty to facilitate the parties to present their evidence fully?
There are no evidences.
I don't understand your answer at all.
Maybe you can pardon your question once again.
I'm suggesting to you, and you may confirm if I'm wrong, that the Assembly leadership had a duty to enable the parties to present their evidence fully. True or not true?
Yes, they had.
And part of facilitating them would entail giving them facilities to play video evidence. True or not true?
True.
And the facility is the screen. True or not true?
True.
And that's what you are complaining about, Gabriela, in good conscience.
Senior, I'm complaining about the timing of the installation of the machines. Who does that in the night?
So let me ask a direct question. What is the prescribed time for installing screens in Kericho County Assembly?
I'm not sure of the prescribed time.
and yet you are complaining about the time, Gabriela. Are you being an honest citizen?
No, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. The witness has confirmed being a dishonest witness. I rest.
Gabriela, Mheshimiwa,
yes, sir.
Are you a honest person or dishonest?
I'm a honest person.
So why were you saying you are dishonest?
The senior is putting me to a corner. Yes.
Okay. Now I want to ask you in re-examination, two serious questions. The first one is the issue of appearing before the Privileges Committee. It is true that a notice was sent to you to show cause why you should not be retired as an MCA for missing 8 consecutive sessions, isn't it?
Yes.
Who moved that motion?
The Speaker made a communication.
It is the Speaker who said you, Gabriela, and 6 others will be removed.
Yes.
You appear for purposes of showing cause, isn't it?
Yes.
And if you appeared before that committee, who was going to chair it?
The Speaker.
He is the same person who was going to chair it. And who was going to determine your fate?
My fellow MCs.
Okay. Now, the screens, what were they, did they play a role in the impeachment at all?
Yes.
The screens that were put up at night?
Yes.
What role did they play?
Playing of the video evidences.
Playing of the video evidences. But did it play another role other than playing the video?
Yes, it was the same screens that were used to air the votes.
It's the same screens that were used to start the votes from 6 votes?
Six votes.
Okay. That's all from me, Mr. Speaker, sir, and that is the end of this set of 14.
Okay, thank you, witness, for your confidence.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa.
Next witness. Yes, Boni Kalwale. Senator Boni.
Of those many witnesses he was having. But my attention is drawn, Mr. Speaker, and that is why I seek that you guide us.
Did you say that? Counsel?
Yes.
Are you through?
No, I have one more witness, although not in the set of MCS.
No, I'm saying in the set of this MCS.
Yes, proceed.
Yes. My attention, Mr. Speaker, is drawn to Volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents and Volume 1 of the Governor's documents. In both incidences, there is a witness by the name of Edna Kirui Tunoi, who has sworn to support the County Assembly's case. She has also sworn to support the Governor's case. I want to request, Chair, that we would like to hear this witness on how she's supporting both sides in the same case. To me, why I'm inquiring, Mr. Speaker, it looks like the counsel for the governor wants to deny us the opportunity to find out why this particular witness swore an affidavit that she didn't vote as an MCA, went on and swore an affidavit in support of the governors at the same time.
Counsel?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the last time we had the MCA earlier, we subsequently encountered an affidavit from the County Assembly saying she's their witness now, and so we just don't have her, Mr. Speaker, sir. The last person with her was the County Assembly. They probably can explain where she is.
That's okay. If the witness, if the council don't want to have the witness, we cannot force that. So, Senator Chalgin.
Mr. Speaker, this matter has generated public interest, and when we look under Article 159 of the Constitution, and also looking at the outstanding orders on procedure of impeachment against the governor, it will be very important, and standing order number 1. But the way yesterday we directed an independent audit on the ICT, on the voting system, we directed as a House that the ICT authority do that report, and that report will be presented. It is in the interest of the senators and the public and the great people of Kericho who are following this matter, and even in the interest of County Assembly and the governor, for this witness to appear and tell us why did she swear an affidavit to support the County Assembly case and support the governor's case, so that we can make a determination. You know, we are the judges speak. So can you invoke Article 159 of the Constitution and possibility on the fair hearing Article 50, so that we can listen what Edna Tanui knows that some of us don't know, so that we can make an independent judgment. So I request, as per your ruling yesterday, that you directed the ICT authority to do an audit on the logins of the credentials of voting. Let Edna appear as an interest of the process of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, sir, with a lot of indulgence, of course.
Let me hear 2 more senators, and then I'll make that ruling. Yes, Senator Ndiokech. Bonnie, you prosecuted your issue, and I think I'm okay with what you said. Senator Ndiokech.
The dispatch.
And I'm not opening debate. It's you and Senator Mtata, then we close it.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the issue that Senator Bonnie has raised is a patent issue. And I think that in the event that you guide, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not preempting this, you guide that the witness might not appear before us, the documents that we have here are duly before us. And our determination is not only based on the narrative that you're being told there, but also in the strength of this evidence that we have been given in writing here, Mr. Speaker. So perhaps it would be important also to rule that if the witness doesn't appear before us, Mr. Speaker, do we then expunge the evidence in both cases? Because it's appearing on the County Assembly side and it's appearing on the governor's side. Because we need to be absolute in terms of looking at all those documents. So, Mr. Speaker, in the event that she's not appearing, also please guide us on how do we treat the evidence in both documents.
Senator Akyom Tata.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't think we are sitting here to conduct inquiries. We are here to listen to the parties and render a verdict. Let the parties appear before us the way they choose. Otherwise, we shall be overstepping our mandate.
You know, that is the reason why I wanted to give you last, because I know you have a lot of experience in the corridors. And what you have said is exactly what we should do as senators. We cannot call witnesses as the Senate. If any of the parties is not interested with that witness, then it's their business. You have some time to make such decisions when you will be making your decision later. So you cannot force witnesses. Sometimes even witnesses are provided and the team can decide even to drop 3 of them. Like it has happened before. This is not the first time that witness is not gone in this Senate. And you know, I've really followed very consecutive impeachments. So I have an authority, I'm almost an authority in this process. So let's make progress, honorable senators. I know you have not spoken for 2-3 days, but this is not the time to open debate on a simple matter that I've made determination. Now, senators, I know you really feel like talking. So at this junction, I want to give you some time, maybe 20 minutes or so, if you have clarifications on the witnesses that we have processed. I made the ruling on your matter, Senator Boni Karwale. Both are the same thing. So kindly, senators, who is interested to, yes, Senator Agnes Kavindu. How do you provide those witnesses, Sergeant at Arms? Because the members want clarifications from them.
Thank you, Chair. My clarification, I just want to know if this system has ever been used again.
Do you know the name of the witness that you want to direct the question to?
The MCS, it can come from the MCS, it can come from the lawyers, the MCS.
Only the MCS you can maybe seek clarification from.
Yes.
The witnesses who are just here.
Yes, that's the ones I want clarifications from. If this system has ever been used again after it was used for the impeachment. Siwaitwe. Tutauliza aji. Right?
Senator Chesang Alan. I don't know whether the witnesses are hearing us. Where are they? The witnesses, where are they? Can they stand there? And also it will be very, very necessary if you know the name of the witness that you want clarification from. As usher them in, maybe these are few clarifications. No, that's only no. So let's have the next witness as we maybe have those others, Lindy. Let's get the next witness. Counsel for the governor.
They are here, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know whether I call the next one or we deal with this ones first.
Honorable, I want to get from you senators. I've been approached by several senators that they have no clarifications on the MCs, the witnesses. Is that the mood of the House? Okay, fine. It's okay. If there is anything that we need from them, we shall be able to ask later, not now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay. Next witness, please.
ones. Think about it. It's interesting.
Well, I'm here.
On this.
Okay, proceed, clerk, and administer the oath to the witness.
In English. Yeah.
Sit, kindly.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay. Like that? Okay. Can I go on? I, Job Okwonoguya, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect to the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I will lay the basis for the witness testimony. The permission will proceed. Can you tell the Honorable Senator your full names?
My full name is Job Oguye. I am a project consultant at Cyber Hub Systems.
For the record of the Senate, the witness affidavit is at volume 5 of the governor's bundle. He is an IT expert, volume 5 of the governor's handle. What are your professional qualifications?
My professional qualifications, I'm a computer scientist, and I also hold a quality management audit certificate on ISO 9001:2015 for quality management system.
At what level of qualifications do you have? Masters, bachelor's, or PhD?
Bachelor's.
Okay. How many years of experience do you have in the sector?
Over 10 years.
Over 10 years. Now, in relation to the proceedings before the Senate, you saw an affidavit. Is that correct?
That's very correct.
Do you have the affidavit before you?
Yes, I have the affidavit.
You saw it when is this affidavit dated?
This affidavit was dated on 27th of August on the year 2025.
Now, in the affidavit, you have said at paragraph 7, in the affidavit you have said at paragraph 7 that you did analyze extracts from a system audit logs which are contained in volume 4A of the county assembly documents. For the record of the Senate, do you have these extracts that you said you analyzed for purpose of preparing your report?
Yes.
What pages of the documents are these logs that you say you analyzed?
These start from the pages 38. Yes. Pardon me, it starts from the pages 37.
From pages 30?
37. Going on until, until the pages 44.
Okay. What other document did you use to analyze the report that you say you prepared?
We used the ICT logs, which are provided in the document in terms of the users who are able to log in. and the IP addresses which were available.
Okay, so quickly, how did you do this audit? Very quickly.
Very quickly, we did a cyber security audit in terms of looking at the system security level. We looked at it on high level in terms of the protocols and the security procedures which they have put, and we found out that there's a lot of breaches and there's a lot of loopholes which are available in that system.
Okay, with respect to the security audit, what specific loophole did you find out?
As per our report,
yes,
we found out various security issues, starting from which
are you looking at your report, which page, so that the senators can follow you? Which page of your report are you talking about this security audit that you say you did?
Okay. If you look at your booklet, volume 5 booklets, yes, this is from page 29, where it's a comprehensive high-level cybersecurity audit report of the Kericho County Assembly system. So the items which we identified during the audit, mind you, this was just a routine pass-by audit. There was an absence of multi-factor authentication.
What is multi-factor authentication? What is it in relation to the security of our system?
The multi-factor authentication is a security mechanism that gives you a second layer of security. In case somebody has your password, he's not able to log in. He'll need to have another device, maybe a personal phone, for him to now log into the system.
So you're saying this is a password protection system or something like that?
Yes,
methodology?
Yes.
What other issue did you find out?
We found out also that where the servers are hosted, they are exposed in terms of, we know we can trace and we can find.
Okay, let's go methodically. Yes. This security audit summary is contained at which page, so that we are methodical?
Okay.
Of your report. Which page of your report?
We can move to page 2.
No, up there I think the document is
page 32. My apologies.
Okay.
Page 32.
Page 32.
Yes. So from page 32, I think I've already highlighted the multi-factor authentication.
Yeah, and the second issue?
The second issue as we proceed is on page 33, which is the lack of Cloudflare or dynamic naming system or proxy to protect your system from people knowing where it's located or where it's hosted. This is just to divert any threat attackers.
Okay. Why is this important?
This is important because without this, people will be able to attack your system and maybe remove some data from it.
Okay. And what other issue? Very quickly, so that we summarize your report.
There was a critical issue, which was exposure of the passwords in the browser. When a user inputs their username and password, which definitely the username and password was already shared without the requirement of security.
Yeah.
So if a username inputs their password, the username and password, we are able, as a security personnel, you are able to get the password from the backend.
Okay. In this case, you looked at the logs, right? What was the password what was the username that you said is unsecure and the password?
The username and password that was unsecure for that, just give me 10 seconds for that, please.
Okay, because of time and because that is an issue which is not contested, let's go to the next issue, the security challenge that you said you experienced in this audit, so that we save on time.
Come again?
What's the next vulnerability that you said you saw in the system from a security perspective?
Okay,
the next one.
This was more of an observation. We noticed that the system was hosted on a .co.ke domain. Just out of curiosity, you know this is a county assembly system, and most of these systems need to be hosted under a geo.ke system, geo.ke domain.
Okay, what is the difference? Senators want to know. You're saying a .co.ke and .go.ke. What is the difference?
The major difference is co.ke is a private commercial domain that is used by businesses, our companies or companies which are limited or what. And the geo.ke is a reserved domain system which I believe is with the ICT authority that authorizes you to use it. No one can come and apply.
Okay. What other vulnerability did you notice as an expert?
A major vulnerability also was the password management policy.
What do you mean by password management policy? Just explain it briefly.
I can say this is a requirement. I saw that the Kericho County Assembly IT team say that they have an IT policy.
Yes.
And with this, you need to have a policy that dictates that your password needs to be secret, and also no one needs to know your password, and also you need to be able to change it after a certain duration.
Okay.
Yes.
What you said that this domain was hosted. The domain hosting was done abroad. Where is this done abroad? Where is this contained in your report?
The domain hosting, and the server hosting was in Germany. Yes, it's hosted in Germany. And the person who owns the domain is a company called Host Pinnacle Cloud Limited.
Host Pinnacle.
Yes.
Is it a public or private company?
This is a private company.
Private company.
Yes.
So in your analysis of this system in terms of risk, how did you rate the system?
In terms of security, I would believe the system is highly threatened.
It's highly threatened.
Yes.
Okay. So I need you. There's a question which senators really want to know, and you can look at page volume 4, where these logs. That is page 13, page 13. 14, 15, and up to 17 of volume 4A. What is this? From an expert perspective, what is contained at page 13, 14 to 15, up to 17? What is this?
This is a system log of the users who interacted with the system.
Of the users who interacted with the system?
Yes.
Okay. What are the key features of these logs that you can see from there? Because we really want to know whether it gives names. The key features of these logs that you can see.
I believe the key features that I can see are numbers, which must be representing something, most likely the username.
The username?
Yes, the username of the user.
Very quickly, what else do you see there?
We can also see the motion, that was the motion number.
The motion number?
And the actual choice.
And the actual choice,
yes.
So the results can also be seen from this system, from this document,
Yes.
The results of the vote?
Yes.
Okay. Move quickly at page 29, because this is where we want to focus on as well. Explain to us what is there at between page 29 and up to page 32. What is this from an IT perspective?
Just scrutinizing.
That is volume 4A, right?
Yes.
Yeah. What are these?
Okay. Scrutinizing the document and the pages, I could see there's from an IT perspective and network, on the network side,
Yes,
because
yes,
IT also is very wide.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
an IP address
Yes.
on the far right, which also corresponds to the MCA's maybe user number or username. Yes, and as I can see, the IP addresses, some are different, some are same.
So some IP addresses are different, others are the same.
Yes.
So the question which these senators, the honorable senators, want to know from this document is why will the IP addresses be different for the same data? Why will it be different? That is important.
Please come again.
Yes, these IP addresses on this page, on these pages, some are the same, while others are different. That's from page, especially you go to page 31. If you look at page 31, then you have 41.139.237.129 appearing several times down there. It appears several times down there. So if, from your expertise, why is this the case?
This one is, if we observe this, we can see that those IPs, it seems that the MCAs voted from the same network.
Oh, they voted from the same network?
Yes,
huh?
yes.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Now, let me be picturesque here. I have this gadget, right?
Yes.
This is my phone or laptop, tablet, and I want to use it to vote. I want to use this, a link has been sent to my phone to vote. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the link has been sent, I key in on that link, it goes into a system. Is that correct?
Very correct.
That is correct, eh?
Yes.
So and senators want to know this, because some 4 MCAs say some folks voted for them. So if you have a gadget like this, and you want to access, you have accessed the system, what evidence does this gadget leave in that system, which anyone can verify and say, Peter Wanyama, on this date you accessed the system using this machine?
For that, the system, as I had mentioned earlier, there's some security flaw. So in order for you to...
No, ideally in a typical system, if I'm accessing as a system,
yeah.
What will you find in the system that Peter Wanyama logged in this system? What fingerprint will you find in the system?
Usually we use MAC address, something called a MAC address, which is unique to all devices.
What you say it's a MAC address, eh?
Yes.
Again, for the benefit of all of us, what is a MAC address? What is MAC?
MAC is a media access control. That's a terminology, but it's a unique identifier in a network system that all devices in the world have different MAC addresses.
All devices have different MAC addresses.
It's unique to each device.
Okay.
Whether a laptop or a phone or anything that communicates with the internet.
Anything that communicates with the internet has a unique address.
Yes, needs to have a...
So if I am doing an audit of that system, what kind of audit do I need to do of a system to find the MAC address of the devices that access that system? What kind of an audit should I do as an expert to check that the following MCS actually used these devices to vote?
For that, as I've mentioned, you need to have the MAC address. That's one. And also, if something that can support that would be maybe if they had implemented the 2MFA, the multi-factor authentication.
Yes.
Also would hold float somewhere. But now that one doesn't hold float to ascertain that this is the device. So without the MAC address, we can't.
Okay, maybe let me rephrase my question. For me to get the logs for containing the MAC addresses for all these 33 gadgets that accessed the Kericho voting system, right? What kind of audit will I do of that system for me to arrive at this conclusion? A document containing the MAC addresses for all these laptops or computers or phones?
At local level, maybe because we can see the IPs, most of them voted from one place.
Yes.
So we would need also the access logs from the Kericho County IT administrator.
The access logs, and then?
So that we can ascertain that this computer is communicated at this time.
Okay.
With these MAC addresses.
Okay, again, an important question. In the document, did you access this system yourself?
Yes, we accessed with the user account, with the shared user and username and password.
Oh, you accessed this system with the shared username and password?
Yes.
Okay. When you accessed this system, did you see this MAC, the evidence of the MAC addresses of the devices that access this system?
No, we did not see anything, and we did not see much.
Now, I want to show you, and in the documents before the county assembly, those documents that you said you reviewed when doing the audit, the logs which are there. Do you see any MAC addresses of the phones and the computers that accessed this system to vote? From the documentation that you have there, do you see the MAC addresses?
This is the time. No, we did not see any log. We did not see any log of the MAC address.
Yeah, I also want to show you a security report which has been done by an expert from the Senate. It is before the House. Do you have a copy of the security audit?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you had a look at it before you came to this plenary?
Yes.
Okay. In this document that has been submitted by a security expert from the Senate, do you see any MAC address, the logs containing the MAC addresses for all these phones and computers which were used to access this system, and in this case several times, up to 34 times on the minimum?
Why are you interrupting the witness when giving? Yes, what is it?
You've had counsel refer to the document which the chair circulated to members. And our understanding at that time was that a witness, the owner of this expert opinion, will introduce the document, then give us an opportunity to interrogate it. And this, after he has done that, our understanding, Mr. Speaker, was that then it will put us in a position to be able to now post questions to this other expert, either to collaborate or disagree. Mr. Speaker, I believe that you consider taking that as the procedure to approach this particular evidence, because, Mr. Speaker, if we don't...
Senator Mboni Karole, thank you very much for your point of honor. I value you. I don't take a lot of time to understand some things. So I value, and I want to lead a question not to refer to that report until it is officially in this house. The experts will be able to come and interrogate this report. Yes,
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I think you really need to give a thought to what Senator Halwale is requesting. Because fortunately in this house, we have IT experts. I am an IT expert of high standing in this country. We have Senator Kisang, we have Senator Kajwang, we have Senator Olekina and others. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of issues to raise about the report by the expert. And if we go the way we are going, we'll end up in a situation where the lawyers are going to refer to that document in the report, and yet we have questions around that report. So I think from an expert point of view, it is important to start with the expert appointed by this House. Then the others can now follow, Mr. Speaker. That way we'll be making progress.
You
and we are
remember,
going to save on
Senator,
time.
also yesterday, the directive was given that the counsel for the governor was allowed to have this witness yesterday. And then it was again communicated by the chair that we have an independent expert. And also this morning there was a direction that was given by the speaker that after all this has been done, then the experts will come. The ICT authority experts will come and share with us. So what we are questioning is that the witness or the counsel should not refer to this report by the experts. Yes. Senator Sifuna, 30 seconds.
You know, Speaker, the problem that I foresee is that Counsel for the Governor has brought his expert. What opportunity will that expert get to comment on this report, if not when he is on the stand? Because when your expert comes, they would prefer that their expert has comment on a document that is already here. Unfortunately, I was not in the House when this, just a minute, Senator Chirchir. Speaker, I was not here in the morning when this document found itself on the floor, but I'm wondering how it found itself on the floor. Because it's a document that is before us. You have seen it, I have seen it. And the witnesses...
Fine, Senator Sifuna, just a minute. You know, when the chair gives a communication like I have, which was done this morning, maybe fortunately or unfortunately, some of us were not around. And that is why now we are reversing to a decision that was made and elective given by the chair or from the chair. Here I am. So just have your seat.
Okay, so just one clarification. At what point will the expert for the governor get opportunity to comment on the report that has been submitted by the experts appointed by this House?
There will be no problem having him around. There will be no problem.
You know, Chair, today is Friday. Today is Friday. And I know how low energies get on Friday. I'm a whip. But anyway, so, we will follow your guidance.
Yes, please. No more interruptions. Proceed, Council.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I will not ask a question on the Senate's ICT report. I will ask instead, I will cross-examine that witness when he comes before.
But during when the ICT authority experts will be around, there is no problem having him around also to reason to that presentation.
I'm well guided, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I'm concluding, Mr. Witness. Now, earlier you said that these MAC addresses of a telephone, laptop, or desktop computer is the only evidence that is needed to ascertain that a certain person voted. How does a MAC address look like? The MAC address of any gadget. How does it look like? How does it look like, a MAC address? And when you answer that question, then go to page 29 to 30, 31, and 32 of volume 4A. And as you answer that question, you can also answer this other question. the additional question, are these MAC addresses of the laptops of the MCAs that voted?
Your first question, the MAC address looks like a serial number. It's composed of hexadecimal numbers which contain letters and numbers. Yes, different from the IP address which you are saying, which is just contained with numbers. So from that, we cannot ascertain or we cannot see the MAC address of the devices from here.
And the second question?
I believe.
The second question, the documents that appear at page 20, volume 4A, are just for the purpose of the record, from page 29 to 32, are these MAC addresses of the gadgets?
These are not MAC addresses of the gadgets. These are IP addresses.
Maybe a corollary question. What is the difference then between the MAC address and these IP addresses that are contained in page 29, 31, 32, 33 of this volume? What is the difference? Because they are both from the system. What is the difference? Tell us.
An IP address can be shared with multiple devices. A MAC address is unique to a certain device. That's the major difference.
So look at the conclusion of your report then. That's page 39. What conclusion did you say about this platform that you reviewed, the system that you reviewed? What conclusion are you saying?
If I'm to read what's on the report, the identified vulnerabilities expose the hosting system web application to severe risks, including credential compromise, denial of service attacks, and unauthorized access.
Thank you. Maybe one last question which I wanted to clarify. It was said yesterday in the Senate that some IT officers assisted some MCAs to vote on the desk there using a computer or several computers. If they used one computer, right, to access the system, will there be a MAC address? If the access is twice, will the MAC address be the same?
Yes.
It will be the same?
Yes.
Okay. I think, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is all in examination in chief for the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel. Cross-examination.
Madam Speaker, may I kindly see my remaining time because I need to manage it? The screen is not facing me.
Can you reverse for him to see the remaining time? It's 18 minutes.
Let me do the best I can within that time limit, then we'll take further direction. Okwon Job Oguya, that's your name, correct?
Yes.
Do you know a person called Weldon Kipiegon Langat? Either you do or you don't.
I believe I know.
Knowledge of somebody is not belief.
Yes.
Either you know somebody or do you know somebody called Weldon Kipiegon Langat?
Yes.
How well do you know him?
Not so well. We just met. We met yesterday.
Mr. Oguya, we need to start on an honest note. How well do you know Weldon Kipiegon Langat?
Not very well.
Just put your mouth on the microphone and address the speaker directly. How well do you know Weldon Kipiegon Langat?
Not very well.
For how long have you known him?
Just this week.
You knew him just this week?
Yes.
When he was contracting you to sign this report?
Okay. For purposes of...
No, you knew him when he was contracting you to sign this report. True or not true?
I physically...
Witness, can you please answer the question?
I physically knew him when this week. But
I'm saying you knew him when he was contracting you to sign this report. That is a very critical question because you are dealing with a professional. You knew him when he was contracting you to sign this report. True or not true?
True.
Truth is, well done Kipyegon report, Langat prepared this report and got you to sign it. True or not true?
Not true.
I'm saying the truth is, well done Kipyegon Langat prepared this report and procured you to put your signature on it. Please reflect on that question and answer.
No.
What interaction did you have with well done Kipyegon Langat this week?
There was no solid interaction with him.
Give us the liquid or gaseous one.
I believe it was just on the system check.
What about the system check? Because that's the critical question keeping these senators here today. What about it?
That was, as a team of IT experts, it's just to hit the wall and find out somebody's observance of the system.
You observed this system with him?
No, we observed.
So what interaction did you have with the well-done Kipyegon Langat? That is my simple and straightforward question.
As I've said, the interaction was just on maybe name basis.
It can't be maybe. You knew well-done Langat this week. You had a specific interaction with him. What interaction did you have with him?
And as I've said, it was more of just observation of the system, but no more details, in-depth details.
Tell us what exactly that entailed, that more of observation. What particulars, what did you do with him regarding the system?
For us on our side, we just shared what we had observed, but we did not get information from him.
I've told you earlier, well done Kipyegon Langat, the one who contracted to sign this report, you have denied.
The report was made by us.
I've said he's the one who contracted to sign this report, you have denied. What interaction did you have with well done Kipyegon Langat? And remember always, I only ask questions whose answers I know. So proceed. What interaction did you have with well done Kipyegon Langat?
And that's why I've said we didn't have, that is the only thing that we interacted.
I don't even know what it is. So now state it. What is it? I want to understand what it is.
That is observation of the system. That's observation of...
Okay, tell us what observation of the system entails, the particulars of observation of the system.
That is, if it's secure.
You interacted with well done Kipyegon Langat regarding if the system is secure?
Yeah.
What were his observations?
On his side, I don't believe...
What were his observations on that issue?
I can't recall I can't recall his answer.
Sorry, Mr. Job Oguya, you are an adult. Yes?
Yes.
Let's admit what we can, deny what we can, but within parameters of truth. You interacted with well-done Kipyegon Langat this week. The first aspect of interaction was observation if this system is secure. Is that what you told the senators? Is that what you've told the senators?
Yes, that's after our report.
what were his observations regarding the security of the system?
I can't recall. I can't recall what.
You discussed with Weldon Kipyegon Langat regarding this system that keeps these senators here, and you can't remember anything about his observations. Yes?
Yes, because we did.
No, not because. You interacted with Weldon Kipyegon Langat this week regarding this system that is at the center of this motion, and you can't remember anything he said about it. Is that your statement?
Yes.
The only business that brought you and Weldon Kipyegon Langat this week was this system. Did you have any other business?
No.
This is the only agenda that brought you together with Weldon, this system. Correct?
Correct.
And you have forgotten everything that Weldon Kipyegon Langat told you regarding this singular agenda, isn't it?
Maybe you can get together because of a certain.
I'm not seeking hypothesis, I'm seeking facts. You interacted with Weldon Kipyegon Langat for a single agenda, being this system, this week, and you have forgotten everything he told you about that agenda. True or not true?
That is true.
The truth being you have forgotten everything.
Not that I've forgotten anything.
The truth being?
The truth being that we did not, we just observed and we did not go.
That's a different question. Yes. I am saying, I've asked you, what were the observations of Weldon Kipyegon Langat regarding the security of this system? You have said.
What's your point of order, Senator Dancer?
I think we have observed that the question has been repeated several times. Mr. Speaker, that is called badgering a witness. A witness can say, I know, or I don't know, or I don't remember, and you move to the next question. Mr. Speaker, we are not going to spend the afternoon here listening to the same question repeated several times. We must make progress. We must make progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mugatana, let's allow the witness to answer the question and we proceed. So Senator Mugatana, you overruled that let the witness proceed to answer the question. Question, witness. Don't interrupt, honorable senators. Let's proceed on. We save time. Proceed, witness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Counsel, please advance your conversation or interrogation with the witness.
My apologies, Madam Speaker, if I appear to have badgered the witness. It's not in my nature to do that, but let me point out, Job Oguya, I have sought to know what aspects of this system you discussed with Weldon Kipyegon Langat. You have told me you discussed the security of this system. Is that the correct position?
Yes.
I have sought to know what the views, the observations of Weldon Kipyegon Langat were regarding the security of this system this week.
Maybe ask again. I've not got your question.
Counsel, please advance your questions. There are certain answers given by this witness.
Thank you.
Advance your question.
Thank you.
I know
let me now move to the
witness.
clincher. You know that Weldon Kipyegon Langat is the ICT advisor at the governor's office in Kericho County. Do you know that?
No, I don't know.
When you met Weldon Kipyegon Langat, he told you where does he work? What does he do for a living?
We did not exchange those pleasantries.
So you are interacting with him regarding this system as who? What was his capacity as you interacted with him?
This system, we are interacting with various people within the team.
No, just answer my question. Regarding Weldon Kipyegon Langat, you interacted with him in his capacity as who?
Frankly, we don't know his capacity.
You met a stranger whose capacity you don't know and began discussing with him this system. Is that the correct position?
Yes, but he
Thank
wasn't
you,
a
thank you.
stranger.
Let me make progress.
Yes.
Let's now go to the substance of your report. Your report is at volume 5 of the governor's document from page 29 to page 37. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
But then let me pause back a little, Madam Speaker. Not good. Let me put some question first. Who contracted you as a professional to do this report? Who was your client in preparing this report?
This was we were brought in by the lawyers.
Who was your client? You know, a client is somebody who is known. Lawyer is a generic word. Who was your client? Who is paying your fees? Who is your client?
It's the governor's team, which includes the lawyers and the consultants.
Did you talk to a particular person to do this work, a particular human being by name? Did a particular person contract you? Or was the letter signed by a particular person?
Please repeat.
Counsel, you know that question is answered. He's given you the team that contracted him. Please move on to next question. Advance.
Madam Speaker, my apologies. The question of the lawyers has been answered, and now I know which lawyer by name. It's a different question.
Proceed.
Thank you. Give us the name of the lawyer who contracted you.
This was, I believe, we were. It was. I believe it was Peter.
Give us the full name of the lawyer, kindly. I don't know a lawyer by generic name Peter. What's the full name of the lawyer?
Peter Wanyama.
Peter Wanyama is the one who contracted you.
Who contacted us? Yes.
Let me go to that report now in the interest of time. In your presentation before the Senate, you have made comments on the IP addresses from pages 29 to page 33 of volume 4A. Do you remember making those observations?
Yes.
Mr. Carter, a witness may need his bundle. My apologies. Volume 4A. Yes. You have made observations on the IP addresses at pages 29 to 33. You remember that?
Yes. Yes.
Let's go to your report. Which part of your report addresses those IP addresses? Give us a page number in your volume 5.
Counsels, can you assist your witness to open the pages so that we save on time?
Volume 4A, I asked now the part of his report. His report runs from, in volume 4A, no, volume 5, my apologies, from page 29 all the way to page 39. I want him to point us to the part of that report that addresses the issue of these IP addresses.
Okay. Things,
Madam Speaker, I just wish to make a observation. The witness is taking so much time to answer my question. My time is running out.
it's not captured.
These things you have been telling us here about these IP addresses are nowhere in your report.
Then they're not captured directly on the report.
Now, I don't know whether they are indirectly captured where. Which part of the report indirectly captures them?
Witness, can you answer the question?
It's not there.
Sorry?
It's not captured.
Oh, it is not even indirectly captured. Let me move. You have also talked about mark.
Counsel, you have a balance of 2 minutes to finish your cross-examination. Proceed.
Thank you, Anna. Let me deal with the time as remaining. I'll deal with that issue when the time runs out, because you've seen how the witness behaves with me. You have also talked about the issue of MAC addresses in the course of your evidence in chief. You remember that?
Yes.
Which part of your report addresses the issue of MAC addresses? Give us a page number.
There's no report on that, on this report.
In summary, so that I close over that issue, you have testified on matters outside your report this afternoon. True or not true?
That is some of the matters. That is true.
Sorry, I didn't get the answer.
For some of the matters, that is true.
Thank you. Let me make progress. Allow me, and you know I'm really strained for time now, but allow me to do the best I can with that. Let us go to the recommendations at page 39. To the recommendations at page 39 of the report. What is your first bullet recommendation on security best practices?
Use HTTPS, TLS everywhere.
Use HTTPS, TLS everywhere. That's your recommendation.
Yes.
One of the resource material you used to make this report was the affidavit of Alfred, the ICT expert from the Assembly. True or not true?
Please repeat.
You told this Senate that one of the material you were given was the affidavit of Alfred, the ICT expert from the Assembly. You remember that?
Yes.
I want to show you, in the interest of time, my own copy of that affidavit. Madam Speaker, for the record, I'm showing the witness the Assembly's volume 2 at page 84, in particular, paragraph 28. Please confirm that the address is HTTPS, then the other particulars follow.
Yes, I can confirm.
So you are recommending to them to do that which they are already doing at that bullet point?
Counsel, your time is up. I'll allow the witness to answer that question.
Let me just answer
proceed
that.
On.
This is a general recommendation. When I said security best practices, look at security best practices.
My question is different, that recommendation is already in place. That recommendation is already in place.
That recommendation is already in place, but that is security. That's a general security best practices, which you need to take in place.
Madam Speaker, may I now formally request for some additional time? I'll request for 20 more minutes because of the time that I've taken with this witness. We've not had a habit of wasting any time. We've been victims of just time itself and the witnesses.
Council, 20 minutes. We are constrained on time, so I'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me see what I can do with 5 minutes. I want you to look at your recommendation at page 33 of volume 5. I'm looking at recommendation bullet point 3. Application firewall rules blocking SQLI XSS. Using that?
Yes.
What firewall is applicable to this system you reviewed?
For this, you usually have a...
No, not usually. The one you reviewed. You are examining the county assembly's system. What firewall is it using?
We did not find any firewall.
Are you saying the system was completely without firewalls?
We are not privy to that information.
I need to get the direct answer. Are you saying you did not find any firewalls because you never accessed it, or you accessed it and found it had no firewalls?
Please repeat, please.
Are you saying the system had completely no firewalls because you never accessed it, or you accessed it and found it had no firewalls?
We accessed it and found that it don't have a comprehensive firewall.
No, the word comprehensive firewalls and no firewalls in my lay language will be different. Is it the same thing?
No.
So I'm asking, what firewall did you find in the system?
I believe the basic firewall system, which very...
You know, you've given us here names of firewalls, SQLI, XXX, you know that? Which one did you find? Also as a name?
Sorry, maybe you misunderstood. These are firewall rules. This is not the type of firewall.
Yes, which firewall rules are applicable to this system? It has a name. Which firewall rules, in fact, apply to this system that is used at Kericho County Assembly? It has a name.
There are many firewall rules which should be implemented.
You are investigating a particular system, Mr. Witness. Which firewall rules did you find in this one?
For this one were basic rules that you couldn't access the backend. There's something called the backend.
There is a type of firewall called basic firewall rules. As its official name.
Yes.
Its name is basic firewall rules.
It's a basic firewall, not basic firewall rules. It's a basic.
Do you know of a firewall called fail to ban firewall rules?
I'm not aware of that firewall.
So let me ask, Mr. Job, are you in fact an ICT expert? As a matter of fact.
Yes.
Thank you. Did you breach this system yourself?
In terms, we did not breach because we do not have we are not given the authority to do the same, but we managed to find vulnerabilities in the system.
Did you penetrate this system yourself?
We did not penetrate fully.
When did you access this system, Mr. Oguya? When did you access the system itself?
We officially accessed it when we officially did the audit on 27th.
So that when we get an independent expert report, it will show the logs of your access to the system.
That's why I've said we did not access, we don't penetrate.
I thought you just told me you accessed this system on 27th. So you audited a system you didn't access?
Oh, okay. Allow me to rephrase that. We accessed the system with the credentials provided on that 27th, with the user credentials which we found on that 27th.
Which credentials do you use? Give us the particulars.
The particular credential was, maybe I can just get it. IP. Let me just 1 minute.
Council, time is up. He's only going to give you the credentials they used.
Maybe I can read it out. 20. Should I read it out?
Yes, read it out.
Proceed.
2017 0083351, and the password was 248785352.
When you accessed, what were you able to do in the system?
Nothing much. We just observed, and we tried maybe to change the password or to set a password which did not have those options.
Sorry?
We tried to see if it can change a password or set your password.
And that inability shows a security system. Your inability to change a password shows a security system in place.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'll leave the rest of the issue of credibility to your own observations. My time is spent. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Re-exam.
Just a few questions, Madam Speaker. Mr. Oya, you say you asked a question and about Weldon Kipyegon Lagat. Do you know Weldon Kipyegon Lagat?
Yes.
And when did you meet him?
We met this week.
You met this week, eh?
Yes.
Where?
Here.
You met here?
Yes.
Okay. You met him in the presence of who? Who else did you meet?
The governor's team.
The governor's team,
which
okay.
Also.
When meeting him and the governor's team, did you find out where everyone from the governor's team worked? Their credentials, titles?
No.
Okay. Did Weldon Korir assist you to prepare this report?
No.
Who assisted you to prepare the report?
My colleague.
Maybe for the sake of the record, what's the name of the colleague?
Bruce Onyango.
Bruce Onyango.
Yes.
Okay. There is a fundamental question you asked about the logs, which are there in volume 4A. Volume 4A, the logs. You are asked whether you have mentioned these logs, which appear at page 30. What page is that?
Page 20. Page 29.
Of volume?
Of volume.
So you ask a specific question, whether you have you have mentioned these logs in your report. Look at paragraph 7 of your affidavit. Can you read paragraph 7 of your affidavit to the Senate, please?
I was requested to analyze the extracts of the system audit logs which are contained in volume 4A of the county assembly documents.
Are those the logs that you said you analyzed, the logs in volume 4A?
Yes.
Okay. Look at page 35 of your report. you read paragraph 261, the first bullet?
Data privacy and protection frameworks require strict separation of voter identity from ballot choice. From the logs provided, we can know who voted.
Okay. Have you mentioned the word logs? Are these the logs that you say you referred to?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in preparing your entire report, again, you've been asked this question, in preparing your entire report, what was the primary document that you used to make all these conclusions that are contained in your report? What was the primary document?
The primary document was the system architecture.
The system architecture?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, for the avoidance of doubt, when you logged in using those credentials that you said, did you see the logs in the system as an expert?
No.
Why?
Because the user did not have those rights, you see.
Okay, the user right cannot access the logs.
Yes.
So you relied on the logs which were already supplied to you?
Yes.
Okay. There is this issue of the MAC addresses. Again, you asked a question whether you have mentioned in your report the MAC addresses. To your own knowledge, do you know what MAC addresses are? If you ask me as a lawyer, what is a constitution, I'll simply pick it out and show it to you. And then there'll be no doubt about it. So to your own knowledge as an IT expert, do you know what MAC addresses are?
Yes.
So from the documentation that you analyzed, the logs that are in front of you, do you see any item that looks like a MAC address of a computer or a phone or a laptop?
No.
Was that the basis of your conclusion about MAC references to MAC addresses?
Yes.
Who contracted you? You asked a question that someone contracted you.
Yes, as I mentioned, it was the governance team led by
How many lawyers were in the governance team that you were working with? Did I just count how many lawyers?
I believe the ones I know around 7, 8.
Around 7,
8, yeah.
Okay. Have they paid your fees? Madam Speaker, that is the last question.
Are you sure you want to discuss the fees in the course of those questions? I think we can now proceed on with the senators who want to interrogate this witness, and want to start with Senator Samson Chiradike. Please ask direct question. Don't take more than 1 minute so that we can finalize with this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. I've seen in your affidavit, did you check the system itself, or you did only analysis of the logs? And number 2, Madam Speaker, in your assessment, were you able to visit Kericho County Assembly? And finally, I have seen in your report, you have not indicated whether the system was compromised or not. Can you clarify on your recommendations and conclusion? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pesato Mujenda, we'll take a few questions and then we'll respond to them together.
Mr. Witness, you have referred to the system created, and I want to clarify a thing. Number 1, was the system tamper-proof? Number 2, could a third party, is it possible to know whether a third party voted for a member from the analysis of the system?
Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May the witness tell us, from From what I have listened to, Madam Speaker, the witness only pointed out to the absence of multi-factor authentication, lack of Cloudflare, exposure of passwords, use of the KE instead of a GOKE, the general risks. But he has not told us whether there was a specific breach, a specific, if I tell you to do a risk assessment of my office or my house, you should be able to tell me that on this particular day, this person, or it was seen from the system that this person did this. So I want the witness to tell us, did he observe whether actually somebody voted for another person? That's what we are looking for, because the report is so general. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Wakoli, and then you respond to those questions, and we move to the next segment. Senator Wakoli has dropped to Senator Okenyuri Esi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would wish to know from the IT expert on whether he has capacity so that we can have georeferencing, so that we see if each individual who was voting virtually matches with the places where they were in, so that we do not have a case of a voter who voted virtually but in Bomet. Secondly, how do you prove that the 4 votes that were emanating from the same IP address are not from different devices or same devices? And finally, are you able to check on the authenticity of the static IP address? Thank you.
Can you proceed, witness, to respond to those queries?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll respond to the questions raised. I start with the last. This is the check of authenticity of the public IP address. What usually happens, the authenticity of a public IP address is owned by the ISP provider. So the authenticity of the public IP address is correct. You can get the authenticity of the public IP address from the logs, because you cannot have your own public IP address. It has to be registered via the internet provider. Then the other question you had raised is if the same IP address which voted for 4, the same IP address which was used for 4 votes, that is able, because if you are in the same network, we say you connect to the Parliament wireless, all of you will have the same IP address. So that is correct. 4 votes can have the same IP address. The risks that were raised, that somebody can vote for another, definitely this one was captured in the report, because as I shared, the passwords, the username and passwords were shared in IT terms, we call it clear text. They weren't encrypted when they were shared to the users, and everyone knew that to access this system, either you need your IDPP number and the username and the ID number to access it. So everyone had the protocol that is needed to access. So anyone could access somebody else's account, because I know, if for me I know my ID number is this, definitely my fellow MCA ID number, definitely I'm privy to this. I can get his information from maybe a database which is provided somewhere. So we saw that as a major risk, which we highlighted it on the report. For that, we because of the lack of the MAC address which we have been talking about, we cannot know which individual device or who accessed it. I think that would answer also the question on the whether a third party voted for the system, which is very much possible because this system is not hosted at the Kericho County ICT departments, it's hosted outside as per the report. It's hosted in Germany. So anyone with a link and anyone with the credentials of an MCA would be able to access it. That one also answers the question on if the system was if the system was standard-proof in terms of it was compromised because of the sharing of the same usernames and passwords, or a certain criteria is being used, which everyone knows. For Senator Chelga, I did not visit the county assembly because in this digital world, everything is online, the networks have been connected, and the system, we did not see the need of going there because the system is not hosted in their premises. Yes, I believe.
Senator Olekina Ledama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a few questions for these IT experts. First of all, let me congratulate you for really selling yourself in 30 pages of giving your credential in the key audit in your report. I was trying to find exactly what it is that you are auditing, but I couldn't find. But I'll go specifically to my questions. And my questions are as follows. 1, are you a certified white hacker or ethical hacker? It's a white hacker is the same as ethical hacker. That's question number 1. Number 2, the counsel for the governor asked you a question, which was also asked by the county assembly attorney, whether or what is a MAC address. So I wish you could be able to explain to us what is a MAC address clearly. And then the next question that I want to hear from you giving us a clear answer is, since the title of your report, and I'll go to page 30, is it 30 or maybe 29? It says Cyber Security Audit Kericho County Assembly Voting System, cyber security. So what I would like to know from you is which cryptographic keys did you use to be able to audit the system? Because I've gone through what you've presented here, and these are basic things that anyone can get who understands internet, who is, in terms of who owns the domain. But really, I think if you are to audit, you're either a certified ethical hacker or who can be able to use cryptographic keys to be able to give us. But I have not seen any of those. These are quite basic things. And then finally is, my question, my time is over.
Senator Okech Eddy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Expert, on page 32 of your affidavit, you have indicated here your primary objectives of this audit exercise. And I'm drawn to the biggest one here, which is to ensure the integrity and confidentiality of voter data. And because this Senate might not have as many experts as you are, what I was expecting from you is a proper audit trail. A proper audit trail of what is the event log of what actually happened. I'm looking at your entire affidavit here. I don't have any single element of event logs of really what happened. I want you to tell me in simple terms, because whatever you have here is a prescription of any system that you can do on a secondary level. You can do this work on a secondary level. I can look at a system and say this system has got, lacks these features, or this system does not have these security features. You can say that. But what we're looking for here is an element of accountability and transparency that can be able to show us that in the event log of what transpired in the voting time of 11 minutes, this is my audit trail. So my question to you is, where can we find your audit trail of this system that can show us event log of exactly what transpired? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Otsotsi, to close the number of questions, then we go for 3 on this side.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to clarify a matter. When the expert was confronted with a question to distinguish between a MAC address and IP address, I think there was some confusion there, because a MAC address is supposed to be that unique identifier that identifies. Let me process my question. Let me process my question. That identifies a device on a network.
Can you avoid answering for the witness? You just pose the question or seek the clarification so that you give them the benefit of answering that question.
Oh, very well, very well. But let me go now to the point. An IP address, in my own understanding, my 25 years of practice, is that unique identification that identifies a device on the internet. For example, Madam Speaker, when you have your phone and you want to transact on the internet, that unique number that identifies you on the internet is the IP address. I want to pose a question based on the contents of County Assembly documents, volume 4A, on page 30. There is a particular IP address 41.139.237.2.129. It has been used, Madam Speaker, 9 times. And I want to believe maybe it's because we had that one particular computer that the MCAs were using to vote. That could be the explanation. But
Don't speculate. Can you pose the question to the witness?
Okay. Madam Speaker, you know, in this house we have a diversity of professions. And in this particular one, I have a responsibility to guide this house, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to know whether the ICT expert did an IP lookup. We have something called an IP lookup, where you can determine the physical location of a device on the internet. It will tell you the geographical location to the coordinates.
Very well. I think your question is posed. I will give the witness time to respond to those questions. Proceed, witness. Proceed. We are coming to 3 questions on the majority side.
Okay. I'll start with the last in. So you talked about the MAC address. Yes, the MAC address is a unique number which each device, whether a phone or laptop has. And you had mentioned something called the IP address. This one, subject matter 41.139.237.129. We did a search on it and we found it's registered under Safaricom Limited. Yes, and as you said, this IP address can be used by multiple devices. As I mentioned earlier, if all of us connect to the same Wi-Fi here at Parliament, all of us will have the same IP address going out. So all the devices within the House will have, within the Senate will have the same IP addresses. I think that one can answer that. Then
speak into the microphone so that your voice does not fade away.
Okay, sorry. Then the issue on the logs which were not, the logs which were not captured, the audit trail and the transparency. Our mandate for this exercise was to test the high level security of the system. As I mentioned, we did not enter the administrator account and we did not have access to it. So those audit trails and the audit trails which were to be provided, we did not have access to it. For the method or the methodology that we used to audit the system, we relied on the basics. As you have mentioned, the report is basic. You know, if something is basic and you understand, it means the person did a very good work. Because if we used technical terminologies, most of you would have said this thing is very hard to understand. And that's why we made it. The best teachers are the ones who simplify things. And that is the reason why you find it very basic. About being a certified white hacker, no, I don't possess that certification, but I possess the experience.
Are you done with the responses?
Yes.
He has answered. He did not respond to your question, Senator Osotsi.
My question was whether the expert did an IP lookup on those IP addresses.
Answer that question.
Because the IP lookup will give you the physical location of the device.
Witness, that's a crucial question. Can you answer that question?
Yes, I had answered it. I believe maybe you are communicating with your fellow senators. The IP mentioned, the 41.139.237.129, is registered under Safaricom Limited.
Where was the physical location? That's what the senator asked you. Where was the physical location of that device?
Maybe I can just give the physical location just now because this is publicly available information. Yes, but it's registered under Safaricom Limited.
Will you proceed on to the next set of questions? Senator Kisang and Senator Joyce, in that order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I had wanted to find out from the witness if he was an ethical hacker, and he has said he's not, but because he has the knowledge and you were contracted to check the security of this particular system, you said you tried to penetrate, but you are unable to do. So are you telling this house that the system is very secure? Secondly, Madam Speaker, is what my colleague has said. You know, when you're given a job, even if you do a basic report in basic English, there are things that you are supposed to have delivered, where the terms of reference, because this is what would have assisted Senate to make a decision. But the witness has not helped us, because he would have listed at least a few of those IP addresses, especially the one that was used by 9 members, to say this particular IP address was the laptop that was in the county assembly. But he has not done it, because some of us, we have basically checked here, a few of them, they are far away from Kericho. So we expected him to highlight so that at least it will aid us in making a decision.
Senator Joyce?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is just to ask the expert to tell this House if the SMS sent to the MCAs could be transferred to any other person to forward on their behalf. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Boni Halwale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Kwon, you know why you came here? It's because we want an expert like you to differentiate between the governor's side and the county assembly side, who is telling us the truth. The county assembly is telling us 33 people voted on that system you have audited. And the governor is telling us, no, they could not have been 33 because 18 of them were supporting us. So can you now tell us, during your audit, how many MCAs voted. Once you answer that, how many voted?
Can you respond to those questions, witness?
Okay, maybe I'll start with the first one in this time. We did not, our mandate and legal mandate wasn't to penetrate the system. Our mandate was to check for vulnerabilities on the public-facing side, things which the public-facing meaning anyone can access. So we did not penetrate. If we would penetrate, this would be a different case altogether, because that would be intrusion, and it would be legally, it would be a legal issue at the moment. So we did not penetrate. We only penetrate if we are given authority. Then the issue on the SMS, if it can be transferred to somebody else. As I mentioned earlier, the username and password are a specific criteria. It's your ID and something else. So definitely, if somebody knows your ID and IDP number, they'll be able to access the system, even not necessarily the SMS. But the SMS also can be sent to another number, forwarded. For the audit trail in terms of how many MCAs voted, as I've mentioned, the mandate, our mandate, was to check on the public-facing side, the security, and in terms of this, how many MCAs had voted, we could see from the system, from the printouts on the extracts, we could see that the MCAs who voted were 33, and the others who did not vote, the numbers were nil. But this doesn't constitute that it was in fact a certain MCA who voted, because as I've mentioned, these username and passwords are known by everyone. Each and every MCA might have known, or they know. Even the IT person, because it's the person who created, might have known. So we can't ascertain that these MCAs who voted as per the system without the MAC address, which is a big contention.
Thank you. Senator Wambua Enoch, followed by Senator Beatrice Akinyi Ogola.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, you know, the expert was supposed to help us deal with the problem with the system. I am not sure he is really helping us. Because the thing that Senator Ososi is saying, and this is what I want to repeat, the lookup is a very simple thing to do. It's essentially a search. And you have IP addresses listed there. The easiest thing for him to do, and Madam Speaker, if you allow, we can also do it here now, is to just log in and find out when that device was used, where it was used, the exact location. It would have been so easy for us to make that determination. The rest of the things that the expert is telling us, Madam Speaker, may be things that we will struggle to make a decision based on the information that is giving us. Why is it so difficult to link every vote to a gadget? Just link every vote to a gadget. This vote came from this gadget was in Nairobi, this other one was in Bungoma. It's as simple as that, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. Senator Beatrice, you've taken out your name. Senator Okoit Omutata.
Madam Speaker, sitting where I'm sitting, I'm unable to answer the question. There's a case before us. And the case before us is a contention on whether the threshold for voting was met. And Assembly produced logs showing that 33 people voted. For me, what I expected from the expert was not to discuss the securities or whatever of the system that was set up. It is not the credibility of the system that is before me. Before me is the question, was the threshold met in the Assembly? How many people voted? And so I'm not seeing that question being answered. I'm not being helped to answer that question. Instead, we have entered into a very academic exercise of discussing things my friend Radama calls crypto whatever, cryptocurrencies or something. So I really request that we be helped to answer the question, how many people voted? And I wanted an audit of the 33 logs to tell us that either they are valid or they are invalid. I've sat here from morning, the question is not being answered.
Thank you, Senator Okoit. We'll give the witness a chance to respond to those questions, and we will have, and to be very brief, and we'll have the final round of questions before we close with this witness. Proceed and take the shortest time possible. Let's proceed to answer to those queries.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll start with the mention of the persons who voted. The system itself doesn't keep record of something called a MAC address, which we have been discussing. So without this, we won't be able to know which device voted. Because, as I've said, the username and password are already shared. They are predetermined. Everyone knew. You will know somebody's ID and somebody's password. So anyone can use your ID beforehand to vote yes. That's what I'm saying. So doing an audit or an audit trail of that without the MAC address, we wouldn't know which device voted. In line, the IP address which has been mentioned, the IP address doesn't give the exact device, because many devices share the same IP address, as I've been mentioning. If you are in one place and you're using the same network, the IP address will be the same. So this IP address, even if you can look at the IP which I mentioned, the 41.139.237, it is in multiple. There are 8 instances it voted. It means these people were in the same place, or they are using the same network. Yeah, but you wouldn't know if it was actually him who voted with his device. That is the biggest downfall of the system. It needed to have audit trails in terms of MAC addresses and know, is it you or is it your device that entered? All this would have been bashed out if simple mechanisms or basic things that we had recommended or have been recommended, like two-factor authentication, which when you log in sends that notification to your phone again for you to confirm. We wouldn't be having this case now, which is being mentioned.
Senator Alan Chesang, followed by Senator Tabitha Keroche and Senator Mariam. That's the last round of this question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my first question was asked by my colleague, Senator Kisang, whereby the IT expert, my question was to ask the IT expert if he thinks this system was secure or not, and if so, maybe he should tell us if was he able to detect whether any unauthorized person who may have accessed the device, maybe to vote, apart from the MCS who were there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Tabitha.
Thank you. Speaker, I want to ask the witness, the ICT expert, because I know the Kenyans are following this, and they are very key to ensure that there is transparency in whatever we are doing. There is a narrative, I don't, maybe the lack of better word, narrative that has been driven by my friend, Kanso Ongoya. Because I remember there is the speaker said that we needed independent ICT experts from ICT Kenya, and the governor to bring his own expert to ask these questions. But the narrative is as if you drafted this document and your own document. So I think we need to know whether you drafted the two documents, because people will be asking the objective. The objective is this report. How objective is this report? I think that's how people will be asking. I'm not an IT expert, but I'm just looking at that and asking if you drafted this report and yours, and then you are the governor's IT expert. I think that many questions you're being asked. Do you know Weldon? It's called Weldon. Many questions about Weldon. So I think that's what the Kenyans now are asking, I think, and me being one.
I think the question is stated, Senator Tabitha. Senator Mariam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is to Mr. Expert on the issue of the audit report you have given out. It is very narrow. It is not detailed as such. But my question is, and we have heard from MCAs, so many MCAs that they are undermining the systems. As an expert, and you did an audit of the system, do you recommend that system to be used in anywhere, or in even the county executives and county assembly? Thank you.
Senator Christo Asige, I will let you ask the question as the final senator who is asking this witness.
Thank you very much, Speaker. You know, Speaker, we've spent over an hour listening to a painfully long examiner in chief, Cross and Irene, only to find out at the end by the witness that really he cannot prove nor disprove the question that is being put to this House. And so it feels like we shouldn't really lay our frustrations onto the witness, but perhaps we should ask the council and its team, why did you then bring this witness? Why did you put him through all that work if you cannot prove nor disprove your case? In any case, my question is to the witness, can you at least, if you can do nothing else to help us, can you at least tell us the IP addresses, where are the locations of these IP addresses? You've told us who it belongs to, Safaricom, which belong to 9 of those in your report, but where exactly, what is the location in the country which they are attached to, along with all the rest which are not the Safaricom one? Locations. Thank you.
So witness, you'll answer that, and then counsel who procured you will answer the final question from Senator Christoph. And then we'll call it a day on this witness.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, let me deal with the frustration first in terms of the IP addresses, if we can locate them. As I've said, we are able to locate these IP addresses, and I've mentioned the IP address and know who was given this IP address by Safaricom. That can be done. For some of the IP addresses on this list, maybe for the IT experts or the people with IT experience, there's something called the IP version 4 addresses. And the IP version 4 addresses have been used, they have been overused, and they are no longer available. So there's something that ISP providers use, which is called a shared IP space. Because we have exhausted all IP version 4 addresses up to now. That's why you can see on page 30, there's an IP address starting with 105.161. That 105.161 can be used by multiple ISPs in terms of Safaricom, in terms of Liquid Telecom, in terms of 190, because we have exhausted all these IP4 addresses. So traceability also of these addresses is not as simple for these ones which are starting with 105, because they are in a shared IP address range. But the ones which are starting with 41, those ones we know, as we have checked, they are in Kericho County from the ping which I've just done now. Yes.
Let him finish his responses.
Then about the recommendation of the system, at the current, the way it is built currently, and the mechanisms or the protocols or the framework it has, I wouldn't recommend the system to be used by anyone until the upgrades or updates are aligned to best security prices, best security practices. I wouldn't recommend at the moment to be used, because if the system, I wouldn't be here. If it was good, I wouldn't be here. Then unauthorized person accessing the system, that is true. We can't, to be frank, the system doesn't allow you to know if it's an unauthorized person, because, as I said, the credentials were already shared and everyone knew the credentials. So me, I can access that system wherever, even I can be in Kericho and access, but I wouldn't know if somebody used my credentials to access my portal, because there's no security protocols in terms of to MFA, which would send a notification to your message so that you approve the access. Then also the unauthorized personnel to access the system is very, 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 very key, because I believe from the report which was printed, it's in black and white. There is on page, maybe I can just take you on page, just 1 minute. On page 34, there is figure 1.2, written or exposed password. This is more of the technical requirement which we did on security, apart from the basic recommendations. This one, if maybe it was printed in colored, you would have seen that the passwords are exposed. Once somebody logs in, somebody who's using your computer can come back and see your passwords. So that is also a technical and cybersecurity risk for that. For the drafted, I'm just trying to answer the question if the system was secure. I don't believe the system was secure, even from this expose on figure 1.2, which mentions the exposed passwords. And that is already a very major flaw on that system.
Thank you. Senator Sotsi, you have an issue of intervention. What is that?
Madam Speaker, I said earlier on that the benefit that we have in this house is that we have diverse profession in this house. I happen to be one of those profession in the ICT industry, and I cannot sit here listening to information that is misleading. I do not want to contradict him any further, but I would request this house take 1 or 2 minutes to do a simple task that is called an IP lookup, just to determine what is the physical location of this IP address 41 something that was used 9 times.
Let me guide
Madam
you.
Speaker, that will really help this
Can I
house.
guide you, Senator Osotsi? Ask the witness to do that, because he's the only one who can respond to that question. Give a specific IP address. Let him look up and give you an answer. himself, because the House is not giving evidence, it's the witness.
Speaker, I had asked this
Give him
question
a specific
earlier.
one.
I had asked this question earlier, that IP address.
I'm guiding you so that you get what you are looking for, because you cannot give evidence from the Senate.
Yes.
You have an intervention. Let's
I'm
finish with
already on
Senator
intervention,
Sotsi.
Madam Speaker.
Let's finish with
The
Senator
IP address 41.139.
Yes, can you take it up and look it up and give an answer right away to the House on where that IP address leads you?
41.139.237.129. We can do a 1 minute lookup, and I can guide this House further on that, how that can be done. So, I'm already on intervention.
Allow Senator Osotsi to finalize with his intervention.
So I would like
have
the
some
IT.
order.
I like the IT.
Senator Eddie, wait.
I like the IT people to.
He's on a point of intervention. Senator Joyce, you wait. Just
I would like the
wait
IT
until
people.
he finalizes that exercise.
I would like the IT people to give us a screen, maybe to go to the internet, and then I will demonstrate that.
You can, the
I'm on a point of
witness,
order.
Senator Osotsi,
Why?
can you follow the guidance of the chair? I have guided you correctly. Give that IP address to the witness who can give evidence before this House. You cannot give the evidence yourself. We want to hear what his response is. You can always cross-check before you vote, so that it guides your vote.
Very well, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was saying that because the expert will need the assistance of the IT room. They have to display that on the screen.
No, we are able to counter-check when we recess to before the vote. Witness, can you respond to where that IP address takes you?
The IP address in question is the 41.139.237. This one is registered under Safaricom Limited, and its description is for Convergence Services, Coast Limited, and but the person, the owner is Safaricom Limited and Safaricom House. The person in question is John Mutai.
The location? That's what he asked you.
From the public available information, from the public available information, there is no location for that. It mentions Kenya, Nairobi as the domain admin.
Eddie?
Madam Speaker, with a lot of respect, Madam Speaker, I think we are sitting here as a quasi-jury. We cannot now take even though we have many ICT experts here. Some of us know ICT. But I think that what we are attempting to do, I wanted to urge you, Madam Speaker, perhaps you can guide that a senator can do that in their submission. Because they will have a submission time when they'll be making sense of this here. But as a matter of procedure, you ruled yesterday on that chair that we are going to have an ICT expert who would then give us another report. So even if the ICT expert who is here cannot give us enough report, that's fine. Let's wait for the other ICT expert to give us. But if a jury wants to give us a direction of ICT, let them do that during the submission. Because we are going to rule on this and rule on substantive issues.
Senator Eddie, that is why I guided Senator Osotsi that evidence could not be adduced from the chamber, can only be adduced by the witness, and beyond that, maybe the experts. Senator Ledama.
Madam Speaker, we've been sitting here for quite a number of hours. I'm not sure whether the defense or the county assembly understand what the amount of time they have. could you kindly stop all this intervention, allow the county assembly and the county government or the governor to finish their case. And then when the time comes for us to submit, either to support or not, or to oppose, we can then be able to try to argue our matter. I really
let me guide you, Senator Ledama. The chair is in charge. Right now, the time that is being used, it is the senators who are using their time. It is not the time for either the county assembly or the governor's time. So it's the senators who have raised the issues, and the requests are coming from your end, not from their end. Now, witness, you are stood down. We are done with the question time. So you may resume your seat, or you could exit, but you are discharged from the stand.
Thank you.
On to the ICT expert who was requested by Senate to bring a report. So, clerk, you can make sure the expert is called in. Sergeant at Arms, can you get the ICT? Or the question directed to Council Katwa Kigen.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, maybe I would address the issue of the next witness, because I don't know whether the county governor has then closed his case before we go to the independent expert of the Senate.
I believe they said that was their last witness, or have you changed that, Council?
May I confirm, Madam Speaker, that that is the close of our case, the governor's case. Thank you.
So, and honorable senators, just to let you know, some of the issues you are raising, yourselves are raising those issues. So the time that is being spent is based on your requests.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, may I just take one last concern through you?
Proceed.
Madam Speaker, the person who has been brought here to answer these charges is the governor. Do I understand that we are not going to hear the governor's evidence and to test it?
Senator, Council Ongoye, I would hope you concentrate on how you manage your case, because the Council for Governor has said that is the close of their case. Once they declare that, I believe they are competent in their submission to that respect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So we can proceed on to the ICT expert. And honorable senators, to ease the question time, we should avoid repetitive questions, because if you repeat the questions, you'll get repeated answers. Repetitive questions, repetitive answers. Exactly. Is the witness within the precincts of Parliament? Or have they, where is he or she? Okay.